The Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners is now in session. Is there anyone here for public comment? I don't see anyone in the room. Is there anyone online, Megan?
All right, if you are here for public comment, please raise your hand. Nope, no one online.
All right, we'll close public comment and move on to communications update. Megan Hyler Wilson.
All right. Nothing too crazy going on today. I just want to do a quick reminder that we are in stage 2 fire restrictions. So make sure you are looking into those if you are going out into the backcountry or just around Clear Creek County. Also, our next town hall, this is our 4th town hall, is in St. Mary's or at St. Mary's Schoolhouse tomorrow, July 22nd, and that starts at 6 p.m. So if you're in the area or you want to come up to St. Mary's, come on over and we'd love to chat with you. That's all I got.
That's also called the Alice Schoolhouse.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Thank you. The Alice Schoolhouse. We were there last year and that was probably one of our bigger ones. So that one was great. So we'll see you there. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to county commissioner updates. Who would like to start?
I can start. So as Megan said, the opening of the shooting range, July 25th at 10 a.m. We announced that last week. Looking forward to different entities being there. We all spoke to Max yesterday and hopefully he will be able to make it if he doesn't get called off for fire duty, but he is off this week. So he will be the rep for the National Forest. Let's see, I attended the No Cook Places / stakeholder meeting, which was actually pretty cool. We had some guests that spoke about how they're using dogs in different ways than I've ever thought in the past. When they first announced we were going to do a dog presentation, I had no idea what to expect, but basically they have trained dogs instead of scientists and everybody going out and looking for like invasive plants or certain wildlife. When they go around tagging, dogs have a greater sense of smell, so they can even find like the tiniest invasive plant before it blooms and
wow.
seeds. And so it's they're able to do a lot of wonderful work with that. And all of the dogs that they get are adopted. Or dogs that didn't make it, say like at TSA or somewhere else for some reason. They used an example. One was afraid of shiny floors.
Oh.
And there's no shiny floors in the forest or out on a prairie. So yeah. And then the other speaker, I'm going to just read this. His name is Jeffrey Marion. He has a PhD. He's a retired USGS scientist. He talked about how we need to identify, measure, and manage recreational resource impacts, educate on site, and regulate actions to avoid or minimize recreational impacts that support and improve carrying capacity, planning, and decision making, understand the influence of user-related environmental and managerial factors to protect areas. And that's kind of where I've been going with my work as a commissioner and trying to manage the visitors that we have here. And I thought that was a really good presentation too. So we had the DLD town hall. That was great. That was in my district and also in my neighborhood. A lot of people showed up with questions. And then we had a Joe Nagoose update. That was pretty short. Not really, I guess. There was not a lot of questions. Same old thing, you know, what are we going to do with what's going on with administration up above? And that's it for me.
Thank you. George.
Thank you. Oh, a handful of things. I'll try to move kind of quickly through it. It's been a busy couple of weeks. First, I just want to compliment our county manager, Colton Roloff, for the KGO interview about Charlie's Place. I really appreciated his thoughtful approach and his really abundant transparency around just what the county is facing. So I thought he did really well, and I wanted to say that publicly. Too bad he's not here to hear it. Another thing that came up, this was in a CCAT meeting, Counties and Commissioners Acting Together. There was a conversation about the fact that local governments have the authority to ban nicotine flavors. Several of them have used this option. And there is an advocacy organization that will help local governments that want to explore this, like figure out the policy. You might notice as you travel around the metro area, in some places that the nicotine sales areas are very colorful. And in some areas they're not, but ones where they are not, those local governments have banned flavored nicotine. I'm not an expert on these statistics, but what we know right now is that after kind of decades of progress getting reducing nicotine use among youth, we have really reversed that trend almost all the way back to where we were.
Oh,
And it is because of these flavored products and the way they're marketed. So I just wanted to let you both know, as well as staff, that if that is a policy topic that we want to take on, we'll have lots of support in terms of figuring out what the best policy is. And it may be something to bring up at a mayors and commissioners meeting. Obviously, ideally, if we did it, we would do it in conjunction with our partners. So I wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to just spend a moment and celebrate the Clear Creek Tourism Bureau. They were, I believe now, I think a finalist for a marketing award for this booklet that we've been working on. All the jurisdictions have been working on a booklet that is a new approach to marketing that I think I agree will have better outcomes in our economy and in our communities. The idea is that instead of trying to get people to popular places like Bierstadt, we use those places as places to market people and try to get them into our economy. We've talked about this ad nauseum. That was really really proud to see not only that we aligned on that strategy and made that shift and got the grant to do it, but that we're being statewide for that effort. So shout out to the Clear Creek Tourism Bureau.
George, there's another book that's coming out. Is that my understanding? The second one?
Understanding is that there's another grant round. I thought this one was more tailored towards digital, but I don't have the details.
Gotcha.
But I do think it's an effort that can and should continue. I wanted to mention, I heard about this during the fire authority update, that fire authority and the sheriff's office collaborated on a rescue task force training in and around this building, colleagues.
Oh.
I think that is maybe Sheriff Thornton was about to bring that up too. I just wanted to thank them for paying attention to, emergency planning around this facility and all of the people. And then colleagues, just quickly, I know we discussed the CCI proposal last meeting. And I just want you to know that it did get submitted by the deadline. And so we are proposing once again that CCI prioritize county fiscal relief. Those conversations continue around what a proposal could actually look like. Usually around this time, I become hopeful again about what we might accomplish in the legislature. So thanks for indulging me. I also, I have spent a little bit of time talking to Matt. Enforcement capacity and about, whether there's adequate fire suppression capacity locally in Clear Creek. What we know is that the ranger that's around, I'm using the wrong term, but the only enforcement officer that's around is coming from the Boulder Ranger District. What Max told me is that they do have their recreation folks and some of their firefighters that are stationed here out in the woods doing enforcement. Like when they go to a site, they'll check nearby known sites and write tickets. And so tickets are being written for people who violate the fire ban, both by the Forest Service, and we've seen some stuff on social media. I don't think about the sheriff's office. I want to thank them all for taking this seriously and writing tickets. Just a quick update on the conversation about a forest improvement district. The formal invite to our partner jurisdictions to start to try to figure out what a forest improvement district could look like will go out this week. The partners that we are soliciting to join us are Gilpin County, Jefferson County, Adams County, because they actually have like 70, 80,000 people in the watershed, and the city of Golden. I had a great meeting yesterday with the mayor of Golden. Protecting their water is very much at or near the top of their priority list. So I continue to be excited
Great.
about that conversation. And I don't know why I'm ending with this. It just happens to be at the bottom of the list. Colleagues, I represent you on the Jefferson Center for Mental Health Board. I wish I had better news for you. We just passed a budget in the last month. And I regularly have mentioned to you all that organization, both due to state budget cuts and due to HR 1, the bill that passed last year out of Congress, is facing really extreme financial challenges in order to balance the budget and feel confident that we could have cash flow for that operation to work. We did two things. We implemented another round of layoffs, and we closed the adult residential recovery program that exists at Sixth and Union. Colleagues, it was not a fun decision. I know we all want to see services go the other direction. I do know that the analysis around which program to not move forward with was very carefully done. And I agree that it was the easiest one to let go of in terms of impact to folks and impact to the organization. There is a fair amount of competition right now for adult residential recovery, and that particular facility was not viewed as attractive by a lot of folks, right? Like there are newer facilities that people would rather be in that we were struggling to compete with. So a little bit of bad news to close that out. Sorry, I'll not do bad news at the last thing. Going forward.
Thank you very much, George. Good
You're welcome.
report. Let's see. Last week I attended the DRCOG meeting in Denver. Discussions about improvement programs they have across the region. And I always send the appropriate staff just reminders about what they're doing and what is available. I went to the senior support luncheon also with the DRCOG staff member in charge of aging support, and they sponsor meals at Project Support. So I know some people question why we're in the Denver Regional Council of Governments. It's, mostly due to our proximity to Denver and I-70, but this was a great example of where money is coming back into our county because of our membership in DRCOG. I also spoke with Max Verginski regarding fire bans. The National Forest is different than the county. They have to go through a lot more hoops than we do to get fire bans, but I just want everyone to be keenly aware of how dry and fire prone our forests are right now. We had an excellent mayors and commissioners meeting, which is always helpful for the leadership in the county to get together and talk about matters of common interest. I attended last night the Clear Creek Regional Housing Authority. And we are moving ahead. We are getting grants to build more affordable housing. And it was really an encouraging meeting. So we all Jody and George mentioned the last two things, so that's it for me. And now we are going to skip manager updates and move on to the sheriff's quarterly update. Sheriff Gordon.
Morning.
Good morning.
So we've got quite a bit to talk about for the quarterly update. We'll start off with patrol and our staffing. We currently have two trainees in phase 4. They will be complete this week, this coming week, and then they will be out on their own. They've successfully passed all of their phases and they're doing exceptionally well.
Good.
We have 2 that just started phase 1. They're 2 weeks into their phase 1. So they've still got about 10, 11 weeks left, but they're doing very well so far. We have a lateral hire that we're bringing on starting August 18th. He's got 8 years of experience from the metro area, and that's going to be a good addition to our team. Unfortunately, we were hoping to be fully staffed by October. We have one deputy that's been with us for a while now. She has turned in her resignation and her last day will be August 1st. She has accepted another position in New Mexico. So she's moving out of state. We have received, for our vehicles, we just recently in the last couple of weeks received 3 of the F-150s. That was part of that 12 of our lease program that we had. We have 3 final builds that are in process right now, and they should be ready in the next couple of months. And that would be the last of the 12 for this year.
So you've gotten 7 out of the 12 so far.
Yes. Yep. And we have the photo enforcement radar study that we've been doing. We have completed the data collection. The vendor is analyzing the data now for 4 potential locations. And we have a meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. to discuss the results of that study. So hopefully I'll have some good news on that one. So back about a month or so ago, we got a notification from Flock that they were automatically renewing our contract for next year. We decided that we are not renewing our contract. We have sent the appropriate notifications. It's basically taken over a year and we still don't have any cameras and they're still stuck in the phase thing. The customer service from them was just lacking, and with the political climate and the costs associated with them, it wasn't worth it. So we have determined we are not going forward with, have canceled that contract effective October. We are implementing Starlink on the Starlink mobiles on all of our patrol vehicles. We should have all of those in place by the end of July. This allows us to have access to our MDTs and stuff in areas of the county that we don't have cell service. And there's a lot of areas in this county that we do not have access to cell service, but we have come up with a program going with the Starlink mobiles that we've been testing 2 of them for several months now, and they have been serving, they've been giving us the coverage we needed and the access to the information we need in these rural or remote areas.
Great.
For this past quarter, the total number of calls for the second quarter was 3,570 calls that we've responded to. And that's averaging out to around 1,200 calls a month. We're still pretty well on track with that number. And going back to what George said, we have just finished up 3 trainings over the past 2 weeks for the MCI, for the mass casualty. It's a joint exercise with EMS and fire. It was here in this building. And it's practice coordinated rescue task force entry if there's a worst case scenario and we had an active shooter or something in here. And this will allow the fire and EMS to work with us, how we would get them in and out of the building to victims and how to extricate the victims and stuff like that. And this is all part of a series of trainings that we're doing leading up to a full-scale active threat exercise that we're planning later this year, possibly around the November, December timeframe, and still trying to determine that date. But so far, we got the 3 trainings completed so far, working with fire and EMS. So, and we have working on a reserve deputy sheriff program. It's going to be brought to you guys once everything's completed for your review. But basically, it's a volunteer program. It requires Colorado post certification, but it's just a complement to patrol for big events like the traffic control for the slacker or the triple bypass, for court security, and any public relations events, whether it's parades, national night outs, stuff like that. It'll be a program to help us staff these things, these extra things, but it'll also allow us to provide a service to these post individuals to keep their certifications alive and keep them going. So we'll be seeing that coming to you guys in the next month or so. And then the stage 2 fire ban, patrol division has been given explicit directions, patrolling, making sure, they're addressing any of these issues coming up, issuing citations, when appropriate. There's no warnings about it. You're not getting a warning, you'll be issued a citation. We are Clear Creek County. We've been very lucky with all of the counties around us. Yes, knock. And we want to keep it that way. And, we're taking it very seriously, and the guys are doing a great job monitoring this. So going on to detentions, detention staffing, they currently have 3 in field training. But with those 3 in field training, they still have 3 vacancies. For the jail stats for the second quarter, we've had a total of 154 bookings. Average length of stay has been 27 days. And the average daily population is 42 inmates. On average, that's 29 county inmates and, 13 U.S. Marshals. Detentions and patrol supervisors just completed the IS-300 intermediate command system for expanding incidents. Per our policy, it's required for all sergeants and above to go through the ICS 300 and 400. And the 400 will be coming up in the next month or so.
But what is it?
It's the ICS 300 is the incident command system that's used nationally for big events, wildfires. Fire is really good at using ICS on every call. And but on big events, whether it be mass casualty, wildfires or something like that, law enforcement has a larger presence and is responsible for, most of that stuff. And we have implemented that sergeants and above have to go through this training to be able to understand the incident command system and how each level works. And so we're prepping for that and getting all of our guys trained up and ready for anything that might come up.
Thank you.
So it was a 3-day in-person training. It was focused on unified command, resource management, and incident action planning. So, planning for whatever the incident may be. The U.S. Marshal Service conducted their jail inspection in June, and that went extremely well. And moving on to the emergency management. Evacuation standardization. It's a multiple county regional effort. Jefferson County, Douglas County, Boulder, Arapahoe, Broomfield, Gilpin. It's basically standardization tactics. Say we have a wildfire and everybody's on the same page. You get the same warning and order for evacuation language. And that's a change from pre-evac notice to evacuation. And now it's a warning and then an order. All of our vehicles, current vehicles have what they call a high-low siren. It's a siren separate from our normal sirens that we use. It's strictly for evacuations. We hit this one particular button. It's a weird sounding siren. It gets people's attention, and it comes with a pre-recorded message. And it includes audio instructions that, to evacuate immediately. So if we're evacuating a subdivision, we may or may not have time to start going door to door, or there may be some people going door to door. But the vehicles hit this button and it automatically broadcasts over our PA system the notifications, the evacuation, and it gets with the different type of siren. It's something people are not used to hearing, and all these counties have come together, and we are going to be moving toward this. And then also in this, it includes neighborhood polygons. It's predetermined evacuation neighborhood areas that we will be using. Jeffcom has it. It's going to be whatever areas polygon for that area. It's just going to be an easy, instead of saying a 5-mile radius, it's going to be evacuate this particular polygon area. And that's going to be incorporated into our FUSIS program. Jeffcom and all of our surrounding county neighbors, we're all going to be using the same system. So if somebody lives in, say, Douglas County, and they're up here and we have a fire, they're going to hear the same exact message and the same thing as they were in Douglas County or whatever. We are planning a joint multi-county press release is being planned for Thursday, July 23rd. And then after that, we're going to be working on a huge public education campaign for the next couple of months. There's an update to Ordinance 20, which addresses the fire restrictions. We're working with the county attorney's office and the fire authority, and we'll be presenting on that later today. The active threat trainings and exercise, back to that, we're planning the full-scale exercise later this year. And the MCI trainings are a component of that exercise preparation. Some of the agencies involved, is EMS, Clear Creek Fire Authority, Evergreen Fire Rescue, Empire Police, and Idaho Springs Police Departments. From the administration side, we are implementing a new field training software program. It provides training program templates that are editable, and we can modify them and make, say, a patrol FTO program may not look the same as a detentions FTO program. But this program will also allow us to create a training program for any position, whether it's an administrative position, an emergency management position, a promotion to a different role. It allows us to create this a new FTO program that's really simple, and it's fairly a cheap program that we were able to get. And we're going to be starting with that think they got a training this Thursday on on how that works. We've did a training on the civil process for different improvements for some civil process, serving civils to the public, whether it be paperwork or evictions or notices or stuff like that. We've had a training about that. And is to help just to ensure greater consistency, efficiency, and making sure, safety is being addressed when the deputies are going out and either posting these notices or delivering this information to the community. And the final thing, we're working on several community outreach programs. Tuesday, August 4th from 5 to 7 p.m. is National Night Out. That's going to be at Minton Park in Idaho Springs, Empire. And then on August 29th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the West Idaho Springs Ball Field, we're having the C3 Fest. There's going to be over 15 public safety agencies that are participating. We're going to have live music, food trucks, door prizes and giveaways, and that's being made possible by many local businesses that are donating to this, donating items for the giveaways, and really want to thank the community for that. It's been really helpful.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Will you share the date and time of that one more time?
C3 Fest is August 29th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And that's August, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, you should have it on your
Put it on
calendar.
our
It is.
schedule. Thank you.
Yay.
And it's it's going to be full of family friendly activities, face painting, and one thing that's I'm kind of excited about, thanks to the help of Jenny. We were looking at possibly renting a bounce house for the kids, but it's kind of expensive to rent them. And looking at the total cost to purchase one, it was more feasible with the events that we put on and the public things that we help, we attend or we sponsor. It was more cost efficient for us to design and purchase our own bounce house. We have Jenny come up with a great design that, it's, what's the Jaily?
It's a jail.
It's a jail,
That's
but it's called the Jaily House,
Geely Donuts.
Jaily Donuts. And it's got a big donut on it
Friendly.
and it's very colorful but really excited for that. And then we could take it to any event in the county and it'll be a quick setup and wasn't that expensive when it comes down to the cost of renting one. So really excited about that. And with that, that's the end of my update.
Thank you. That was a good,
Questions?
yes. Colleagues, do you have any questions before mine?
I just have a couple questions. We have an MOU, you have an MOU with the National Forest. I guess specifically talking about shooting and when people are complaining. How is that working, or have you been getting a bunch of complaints in the National Forest?
We get a bunch of complaints and we've been responding to them. I'd say 95% of the time, by the time we get there, there's nobody there, or they've moved on. Same way with the fires that we get called in on. By the time we've been, Chins Lake is a example. This past weekend, we got a lot of reports of fires up at Chins Lake. And by the time we get up there, the fires are out or nobody's around, or we haven't been able to locate any. We're still responding to everything in the National Forest. It's just, we may or may not locate them. And a lot of times people they'll say they're at Chins Lake, but they're not. They may be, completely opposite sides of the county because people come up here and don't really know where they're at. And, but we're actively pursuing all the calls that come into the National Forest.
Okay. And then my second question is, when you talked about the pre-recorded, the evacuation that's on the vehicle, what happens like with the elderly or the deaf community that cannot hear that? I assume just we're relying on community members to help them out, or?
Yeah, and Clarissa will be able to talk more on that, but there are, when you sign up for notifications, they'll still get their alert notifications that they sign up for their, whatever program it is. And you can list, I have an elderly parent or, needs assistance here, and we send people directly to that house.
Okay, perfect.
And we rely on people letting us know, through the notification system, signing up for those alerts. That way, whether it's us, fire or EMS, we may have residents that are or need ambulatory care to get out, maybe bedridden or so if we know about those, those are marked in the system, and then we know that we have to go to that person's house specifically.
Okay,
And this is just for the general public, that, hey, it's go time. There's a fire coming and we need to get out now.
okay, so yeah, so I guess for me, I will spread the word to get people signed up for that more and to check those boxes or whatever.
Mhm.
Just the right
And-
information gets out there.
Yes.
If you want to send that to George and me, we'll send it out on our feeds too.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
George?
Thank you. I don't think I have any questions. Thank you for all the work you're doing. Particularly, I want to highlight, I think it's a wise approach to let the law settle around the use of AI surveillance systems. We know there's some upside around ability to solve crimes, and I agree with you that there's just a lot. Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. There's a lot out there that's going to be changing right now. It's very, very unregulated. And I testified last year that I thought the current state of the law really, if you use them, brings a fair amount of liability.
Mhm.
So I just want to say I agree with you on that.
I appreciate that. And, it's something, in a year or two, we may review, look at it again, just not with that vendor. It's, very
Sounds
disappointed with that vendor.
Customer service.
Yes, but I 100% agree. I know about the possible new laws coming through on it and also the financial burden that it brings to the county. And it's something, it may not be the right time for it. So,
And then on the, I've been particularly interested in the speed camera project. I did kind of a deep dive this winter into the state of statute, and I agree with you. I think we have to do some studies, but I think we can just see that areas like Highway 103 as the prime example, but not just areas where there are a lot of residential
Mhm.
access.
308.
There is Twitter Gulch. I think that CDOT will agree with us that those are residential roads that
Mhm.
can have speed cameras. And I think it's how we do. One of the things I hear about the most, which is enforce speed limits without, we could give you 100 patrollers, right?
Right.
And still not solve the problem.
Absolutely.
Anyway, thank you. Those are the two things that stood out to me, but I just appreciate all the work and all the transparency coming here for really.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions.
Okay.
With respect to the past quarter total calls, can you give us a sense, how does that differ from counties without I-70 running through them? I mean, like on a per capita basis or something.
I really don't have that information. I don't know. I know depending on the jurisdiction, some places, we'll just take Jeffco, for instance.
Yep.
They have a higher total number of calls
Right.
that they respond to.
But per capita.
Right. And I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that, and I could probably, Jeffcom is very good. The person that runs my reports is very responsive. So any type of information that I need, they're usually able to help out with it.
I mean, Colton may have it, but I know that's great information.
Mhm.
We're trying to push for more support.
Right.
So thank you. Let's see. Oh, with respect to your mass casualty training at the courthouse. Would we be safer if we had a magnetometer, for people coming to this end?
Yes, I would, that's a big push and, Judge Jones and the court safety team and stuff, we were all looking to, we applied for a court safety grant and unfortunately we were not able to get anything from the court safety grant. That was going to be part of that to be able to revamp that. So we're also running people through security that are coming into this side of the building, not just into courts and stuff. We were looking into it, but unfortunately we didn't.
Yeah.
But yes, you would definitely, it would help eliminate some concerns and possible dangers for this side of the building.
Okay, thank you. I know that Excel and the fire departments have like hotspot sensors in the forest. Do we just not have enough of them? So when you get a call about, an unattended fire or something that you need to go check out?
They have cameras and stuff at different locations and we've got several calls off of them. I'm not aware of anything other as far as sensors.
Yeah,
But-
Excel was talking about that they do have sensors for hotspots
That's
it may
a,
just
to me,
along their lines or something.
possibly. I know, there's several, and they're usually up on top of our communication towers and stuff somewhere. There's cameras that pano and
Mhm.
they're constantly watching out and they dispatch, we'll get calls from them that dispatch us to smoke reports and stuff.
Okay, but not enough of them to address all the calls you get.
No.
What's the status of the jail survey that we paid so much money for?
That's a good question. Have not heard anything recently. We had our command staff meeting this morning before this. And there is a meeting later this week, that will possibly address that. I'm not sure, 100% sure what the meeting includes. I found out that I wasn't included on that invite. And that has been remedied.
Okay, good.
So I'll be attending a meeting later this week. But I'm not sure where we stand on that. We have not heard anything over the last several months.
Right. Yeah, they interviewed all of us and it's
Correct.
seemed like they were really moving forward and then radio silence.
Yep.
Yeah, if you could let me know if there's anything that we need to know.
I definitely will. And hopefully, they'll be ready to present something soon, fairly soon, because it has been going on for quite a while.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you. With respect to the weird sounding siren, I think that would be awesome, Jenny, to have just like a public service announcement on KGoat and give them an example of what to listen for.
Yeah, and we'll put the audio recording on our website.
Okay, good.
And we really don't want to do anything before the press release goes out on Thursday.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Effort with other counties.
Yep.
Once the press release goes out, then we can create a video where we play the siren. The issue is we have to be careful where we play it because people will hear it. So we have to, go up to like Loveland ski area, find a remote area. in the
Oh, that's funny.
Panic people into thinking there's an evacuation happening.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's definitely part of the public awareness.
This is a test. This is only a test. County Emergency broadcast system.
And there'll be media coverage on it once the press release goes out. Most of that will probably, it's Jeffco, it's Arapahoe. Most of the media coverage will probably be interviews with those agencies, but I did reach out to one of our local reporters that covers us, TV broadcast. Again, I don't want to usurp the team effort, but hopefully we'll have at least one news story focused on the Clear Creek County initiative.
Right, with a reference to your website so people can hear it. And
Okay.
good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you have any questions for us while you're here?
No, ma'am, not this time. I'll be back later on throughout the meeting to,
Okay.
I did think of one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
So in my area, people talk about the flock cameras and how they're gonna take them down with lasers, or they're gonna cut the poles down, or so we do not have any flock cameras for the county. I know Georgetown and Idaho Springs have them.
Georgetown and Idaho Springs, that we have one. We had one cut down.
LD area?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have one, it's a portable. It's called a flex camera. And during the school time, when school's in session, we had it up at the schools. We got two of them. And we currently have one in the DLD area. And we are able to move that around and whatever. But come October, that one will be, our service will be discontinued because we're not, renewing anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further, George?
No.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
But thank you for asking.
And thank you, Jenny.
Yes, thank you, Jenny.
I want to do product testing on the bouncy house.
You'd like.
Well,
Hopefully the design is.
I suspect the reason why they're so expensive is the liability insurance.
Yeah.
But whatever. Okay, moving on to the Board of County Commissioners serving as the local licensing authority. First up is marijuana license applications.
Good morning.
Jeanette, right?
All right, so this one is a transfer of ownership for XLNY to a company called MR Engineering and Automation. And I have not received any concerns or complaints on this licensee or the process to transfer ownership of this license. And if there are no concerns from the board, which would require a further meeting set at a future date, the chair can just do a head nod approval and we can move on.
Per your recommendation, here's my head nod approval. Thank you.
Get easy. Thank you.
So you got to sit here for half an hour for a head nod. Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda, back in our role as the Board of County Commissioners. Is there anything that needs to be pulled for discussion?
For me.
Jody?
Nope, I'm good with it.
All right, then I'm good for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do you want to read it first?
Oh, yeah. I would, yeah. Please read it first.
Consent agenda. Item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval for the 2026 Gaming Impact Fund grant application. Item C, consideration of acceptance of general warranty deed from owner Myron Goldstein for the Old Homestead mining claim. USMS number 18567 to Clear Creek County for use as a Clear Creek County open space. Item D, consideration of approval letter of support for Minor Street Apartments low-income housing tax credit application. And finally, item E, consideration of ratification of letter of support for NOCO Places 2027 Regional Partnerships Initiative Grant application.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
I was just gonna tell you guys, thank you for doing the letter of support for NOCO Places as well. That's part of a over $2 million grant that they are applying for. So hopefully we get
Portion of that?
a good portion of that. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes. Moving on to a work session, discussion of core services plan. Human Services Director, Sarah Casada.
Yes. This is blue, correct? Cool.
So I thought before we go through the core plan, I would just kind of quickly go through the background of core services and some of our data. You go to the next one, Megan.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
doing it. So this graphic comes from CDH, from the Colorado Department of Human Services website, just kind of giving a quick background of how core services started in 1994, really with the idea that services would focus on family strengths and that each county would be given an allocation to provide prevention services to families that meet the criteria. We can also use core funding to return children home if they've been removed from the home and placed in care, or to maintain placement. And the funding allocation comes from a work group, the Child Welfare Allocation Committee, meets yearly and agrees on how an allocation, what the allocation formula will look like. And then that's how counties receive their formula. So typically that committee is looking at things like the family poverty rate in the county, number of referrals from the previous year, number of assessments from the previous year, and number of open cases, along with some other data points. And that's how they determine how much funding each county will get for core. So we have, when we're providing services to families, we have three kind of funding streams, and core is just one of those funding streams. We have our child welfare services block, and we use that funding to pay our child welfare workers, and it can also go to pay out-of-home placement. And then the child welfare staffing block is just a special add-on that we got it after a workload study that was done in 2015, which gives us some additional funding. We use that to pay our child welfare caseworker or supervisor. And then we have the core services block. So we end up using a big chunk of our child welfare services block to also provide services to our families, because our core services funding is only this year, it's a little over 128,000, which is down from the previous year, which was 134,000. So I feel like every year we're just getting a little bit less of our core services funding. But our child welfare block this year is right around 640,000.
When you say less, is it because we don't need it as much, or it's just that's not available because of the budget cuts?
I think it's not available because of the budget cuts.
Okay.
But our child welfare block grant tends to go up a little bit each year. So.
Okay.
The goals of core services is just obviously focus on the strengths of each family, prevent out-of-home placement, return kids if they've been removed from the home, and to provide services to protect children. So these are with the exception of the county designed service, these are the core services that we have to provide. Each county is required to provide to families. We have a county designed service, which is Dr. Gillingham, who's a paid psychologist. We pay her through our core funding. Therapeutic services that are listed above. But the nice thing about having her on staff is she can go into the home and provide services in home if that's better for the family. She's happy to meet in the community. Sometimes she'll take kids for a walk if they don't want to meet in an office kind of setting. She also has an office in Idaho Springs she can meet families in. I think the thing that I appreciate the most about having her on staff is that she will do a ton of outreach with families. So if we make a referral, a family might just not be ready to start that work with a provider. And if we're contracting out with a provider and the family misses the first couple of appointments, that provider starts to charge us for missed appointments. And after a while, we'll just say, I'm not working with the family. But with Dr. Gillingham, there's an unlimited amount of missed sessions that they can have, and she'll just continue to reach out to them. Which kind of takes away that barrier for families participating in services. So this is just a list of all of the different kind of treatment modalities that she provides. Trauma evaluations and psych evaluations can be so costly, and there's a huge wait list for our families when we are requesting those things, or if the court asks us to pay for and provide those services to families. Sarah Gillingham can typically get these clients in right away to do these evaluations. And the turnaround is not nearly what it looks like if we're going with an outside provider. In addition, Medicaid providers can't provide us a psych eval or a trauma eval unless there's like certain criteria is met, which typically courts don't care what those thresholds are. If they want a psych eval or a trauma eval and they order it, then we don't have a choice but to get that done regardless of Medicaid. So these are just the different program areas that we provide services to families in. We're required to provide services to any family that meets program area 3 for prevention. The other kind of program areas we can kind of pick and choose if we're going to provide services to those families in those different areas. We do, you'll see in our plan that we do provide services to those families. And this last slide is just some of our data. I think the numbers, especially the removals, and in 2023, the return home, to me can look a little bit concerning, but when you dig into the numbers, the higher numbers are a lot of sibling groups or youth that maybe were traveling through our county and had contact with law enforcement, and law enforcement felt it wasn't safe for them to stay in the vehicle that they were traveling in. And so they took custody of the kids and gave them to the Department of Human Services. You see in 2023, most of that youth exited the system, and it was short-term, a lot of short-term placements. But I anticipate that you have some questions about this slide.
What, I like your graph, so, these numbers seem relatively low, so that's good, right?
I've never really looked at our numbers like from January to December.
Mm-hmm.
I pull them from different timeframes, so I wanted to provide it in this kind of way because to me these look high. I was really surprised to see like 4 children in 2020 entering foster care, or 2023.
Okay.
7 children. But in 2023, most of those youth didn't come from our county. And we currently don't have any children in out-of-home placement.
So can you help me understand what the, never mind, exits are? People who were in out-of-home placement and then got reunification, is that what that?
It could just be that there was an adoption, that there was placement with kin and like allocation of parental responsibility. So they found permanency through some other avenue, but some are reunification with family. Yeah.
Oh, and that probably also includes like becoming an adult.
We haven't had a youth age out of foster care in a really long time. And none of these exits were youth that aged out.
Do we have support for kids aging out of foster care in this county?
There's Chafee, which is a great program that provides Medicaid, like ongoing Medicaid. These are eligible for Medicaid through, I think, 26.
Okay.
I just had a youth that we worked with. She was adopted, but she contacted us asking us to provide a form for her because they get a discount on tuition. Some universities offer free college tuition if a youth spent time in foster care, any time in foster care after the age of 13. So there's some services, but we know that youth that age out don't do well.
Right. Thank you.
I know I had talked to you about this before when I was new. And I don't know if this is public information that you can share. Do we have any licensed foster homes in Clear Creek County, or do we share with other counties?
We have some licensed homes, but they're not licensed in the sense that we could place any child there. They're licensed still through what's called an ICPC, an interstate compact for the placement of children. So if another state contacts us and they have custody of a child, but they want to place them with a relative in our county, then we have to do a home study. And then we just like supervise that placement for that relative. So they're licensed, but they're not for us to place other
Right.
kids in that home. Historically, families that have contacted us and wanted to do foster care, but they don't have like an identified family member that they're wanting to provide care for, we license them, which is a long process for the family. And then if they're just waiting and waiting and waiting for placement, it can be, I think, frustrating for those families, especially now with the push to place with kin. You don't see, for our small county, if we're placing kids, most of the time they're being placed with a relative.
Is that a significant shift over like, I don't know, the last couple decades, or you picked a relevant time period from like non-family foster home placement to like really leaning into kinship placement?
I mean, I would say really in the last 5 years, there's been a push to place kids with kinship providers. And we just know that those kids do better. We achieve permanency more often by like through reunification. And if not through reunification, that kinship provider typically will become a permanent caregiver through either an adoption or like an allocation of parental responsibilities.
Thank you. I know there's been a push, sort of federal, state, and local to accomplish kinship. Do you feel like that is working in terms of like where the placements are actually happening? Like, are you seeing more placements in kin relationships than you used to? Or?
Definitely. Yeah. I think the downside sometimes can be that those family members don't live in the county. And so, but sometimes if they're older, have to lose a lot of connections that they have maybe with friends if it's too far for them to continue to go to the schools here in Clear Creek.
If they are out of state, do they have to go through the licensing to get paid, or do we pay kin like we do foster parents?
So there's been some changes in that, but we still can pay non-licensed kinship providers.
I don't have any more questions about this slide, but I do have some questions about the plan. I don't want to like jump in front of you if you're still talking about the data.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for bringing this plan. It looks a lot like plans I've seen in the past. And I think I'm seeing they run on 3-year cycles, right? And so you sort of every 3 years you kind of rethink the plan. Is that how that's supposed to work?
I think that's how it's supposed to work, but I think we really evaluate the plan at the end of every year. We're providing data to researchers at the Colorado State University who are partnering with CDHS to look at how successful different services are. So we're looking at it every year, but you're right that it's a 3-year kind of plan.
And this particular approach to having an in-house psychologist changed a little bit because I think, but mostly based on where they were located, because Core Services used to pay for a psychologist that was actually stationed at Carlson, right?
So they were not a psychologist. She just had her undergrad. She wasn't licensed to provide any kind of
Okay.
therapy, but she was doing some prevention work at Carlson. So if there was students that were kind of identified as being high risk to have involvement with human services, then she could do some work with those kids through like the school without making a referral to human services. It just got a little difficult to track and justify like who is she working with if we're not putting them into the state like database. It's just hard to know. Yeah.
And I think now that our presence left those facilities, I think the Jefferson Center for Mental Health now has like more school-based programming.
They've always had a pretty robust, especially at Carlson. I think there were 2 social workers that were there that were providing more like clinical intervention with students and families.
Okay. So I wanted to ask just kind of what you like you evaluate this every year, which I agree with. What does it look like to do like more of a deeper dive into what like, so every year this plan has come up and I've been curious about like, what do our peer counties do with this funding? And what would it look like for us to kind of start from zero and say, okay, we've got, up to $100,000 a year in funding. What's the best way to meet current needs? What does that look like for you? And is that kind of part of where your head is at? Like that at some point we would really reassess this program?
I think if there were more providers in the county, especially providers that could provide in-home services to families, it would be easier to say, is this still the best use of funding? But there's just such a lack of services. And before we had this position, we were spending so much money on transportation, paying for clients to get to services in the metro area. And then finding that sometimes Uber would come and wait outside of a home and no one would show up. So now we're paying for an Uber that no one's using, and we're paying for a service in the metro area that families aren't making that appointment. I started to feel a little wasteful. And I would just say that when we're evaluating like the success of a service, I don't think it always looks the same for each family. For some families, it might be reunification is a success, but for some families, I think it's okay for us to say to parents that it's okay if you're not at a place where you can parent, and it's okay to say, I would rather look at permanency with my aunt or with a grandparent, and that still has to be considered a success for that family. So I sometimes struggle with the way the state can just define success as reunification or not reunification. I don't think it allows parents to feel safe in saying, I don't think it's okay for my kid to come back home or for my child to be in the house with us. So we take I think a broader look at what success is. But saying that, we've had less out-of-home placements, and I really believe that's because we have a provider here that families trust and that they know, and oftentimes we'll call her before there's a second involvement with our department and say, I think I'm on the verge of relapsing, or I'm really like feel stressed out. Can we just start services again? And we'll open a prevention case and she can get in and do some work with a family again before there's another referral to human services. So I think the prevention has been probably the biggest success in having her in the county. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I guess I would just be curious to know, or I would maybe encourage, given my longevity here, the board to be curious to know just kind of what other permutations of uses of this funding we see. Like what do we see other counties doing with it? What are the other options we have around designing prevention services? Like, do those include, I don't know what those include. Do those I know some human services departments, for example, I don't know where this funding comes from, but invest in their food banks. I'm just like, I'm kind of pulling at threads here, but I just like, I have the general notion that we've been doing it one way for a really long time and that it's a worthwhile exercise to, especially with everything that's shifting in this world right now, like, I mean, your world, right, around benefits and child protective services.
Yeah.
That doing a little bit of a deep dive around, you know, if we were starting from zero, what would we design today?
Yeah.
Would be a useful exercise. And maybe we ultimately land on what we're doing is the right way to do it. It seems like maybe even likely, but I think it's a valid exercise, colleagues.
That said, I'm very impressed that the county is funding this. It sounds like it probably saves money in the long term and really helps our community.
And obviously, I feel that way, and I would just go back to those required services, the things that we have to spend more on. We can't fund a food bank or kind of some of those other kind of broader services for the county. Like it has to be things like sex abuse treatment or home-based intervention, intensive family therapy, mental health services, substance abuse, like therapeutic clinical kind of services. I haven't really looked into what other counties are doing, except for some of our neighboring counties. Some of those counties aren't spending a lot of their core funding because they don't have service providers to contract with. So prior to hiring a psychologist, we were just spending our core funding contracting with outside providers who typically, especially if you're talking about somebody that's a psychologist, they're charging anywhere from $250 to $350 an hour. I think Dr. Gillingham's, and it's on our core services plan, her hourly rate, I think, is $67 an hour.
Oh, wow. Oh, how generous of her.
Well, yeah.
It's the calculated hourly rate, right? Because she's the contract it just pays her salary. Correct?
Right.
Mm.
So I think we would really just be looking at contracting then with providers that are in the metro area.
Yeah.
Because there aren't very many in Clear Creek County, and certainly not many willing to travel up here. I did put in I think it's in our core plan, the providers that are in the county and take Medicaid. Savio provides multi-systemic therapy, which is great for older kids, and it's an in-home, they do provide some in-home care. And then through GCMH, we have trauma systems therapy, TST, and they provide in-home care, but it's for older adolescents typically in their family. But I can certainly look at what other counties are doing and take a closer look at that.
That's what my instinct says. And I know, like, I don't know that we need to mid-year. I mean, I appreciate that this is a work session and that technically if we felt like a really compelling urgent need to come up with something different, we could. I'm not asking for that. I'm more asking, just suggesting that, you know, a deep dive maybe between now and the next submittal is worthwhile. And you know, I think the right questions to ask are kind of the diversity of services we could get, you know, possibly a check-in. I mean, maybe it's an RFI around what kind of service providers have popped up that we may not be aware of because we've been doing it in-house for so long. You know, look at other counties and what they're doing. And colleagues, you know, some of the questions I've asked over the years about this specific approach include, like, some perceive a really strong need for a really hard divide between service providers and DHS, right? To protect against information sharing between a provider and a caseworker, right?
Well, I'm sure you already have that admonition, if not ethical duty, right?
I mean, Dr. Gillingham is probably annoying to caseworkers with how protective she is over client information. And just like any other provider, she would require a subpoena to come to court and testify.
Mhm.
And I can't think of a time in the last, I don't know, 3-4 years where she's been subpoenaed to come and testify in one of our cases. She very much views the client as her client and not the department. Or
Mhm.
sometimes when we contract, not all the time, but sometimes when we contract providers, the department is the client, not the client. They're
Interesting.
still very careful about what they share. I think Dr. Gillingham goes above and beyond to really have that kind of protective layer in there with clients and with families. But I hear what you're saying, and families and Dr. Gillingham both are free to say, like, this isn't a good fit, or I don't feel like safe meeting with this provider. We have that child welfare services block that we use to provide services. So she doesn't do any kind of crossover, like she doesn't have a dual role when she's working with a family. If she's working with a child in the family, then she won't do individual therapy with the parents. Like, it's very important that a child view her as, you're my therapist, you're not also meeting with my parents. So we're still contracting with outside providers. We're just not using core funding to do that contracting. And we really want our families to be able to say, like, this isn't a good fit. I can't think of the last time anyone has said that with Dr. Gillingham. They've certainly said that with some of our contracted providers. But I haven't heard that with Dr. Gillingham. I'd be curious if you've heard that from people in the community.
I have heard from folks that, you know, when there's a kind of a default option, right? And families and child protective service cases can feel very vulnerable and very much like they need to be doing what the government is telling them right now, right? Because like all of the context and pressure around a child protective services case. And so I wonder whether power dynamics are part of why we're not hearing directly from families. And I'm not like, I'm not trying to allege that there's like anything untoward happening. What I'm really trying to do is like, this is my moment to kind of try it with the two of you to try to sort of bring in some of the context around how this conversation has evolved over the last 6 or 7 years. And so those questions have come up. If I felt like they were compelling enough that if we had to make a shift, then, you know, I would have been talking about that before today. Questions about just the diversity of services available. Can one provider truly provide, you know, expert level services across the range that is here as one provider? You've got it for everything from mental health, substance use, life skills.
Well, see, those are all funded. It's like the county is funding this one additionally.
Can you explain that slide that talks about the 9 statutorily required and then the county design? And I think I heard you say that our county design program attempts to have one person do all 9 of those.
No, sorry if I said that. So she can't, she's not a addictions counselor. So she can provide support to families who are receiving like addiction counseling, but she's not an addictions counselor. The 9 required are the ones that we have to be able to provide. Some are try to provide somehow, and then there is the optional county designed. And then the next slide, Megan, would you mind going to it? I think it's slide 6.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood. So it's
No, I'm sure I said it.
6, you said this one?
Yeah, the next one. Megan.
you're letting me stare at your screen.
Sure.
So it's those 6.
Mhm. And really, like, individual therapy, home-based work, those aren't like treatment modalities that she's using. I would say that her like strongest focus is in just like trauma informed kind of work. She is certified in the child parent psychotherapy, but that's a very trauma-informed based modality. And the psych eval and trauma evals, I'm sure she would argue with me, but I feel like I don't think that that's really about having a different, like perspective on like a clinical intervention. I think it's a standard kind of questions that they're filling out, interviews that she's doing, and then it gets plugged in to an outside system that then tells you what the diagnosis is, if there is one.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, colleagues, I've said my piece. I hope that there's kind of a deep dive on this at some point. I'm not saying that because I think I see major problems. I just like to see when systems are creative and deliberative and refresh themselves on a regular basis.
Yeah.
As far as like, we're gonna start, if we were to make this decision again and just like erase all the variables on the screen and start over, would we arrive at the same conclusion? Hopefully the answer is yes, right? That means we're doing it right. So I'll leave it at that.
And I guess I would just add that I think what I hear you saying is that there's this concern that maybe we just think Dr. Gillingham is the right fit for every family and every individual. And because she's here and can do things in home, then we just have her do that work with everybody. But more often than not, Dr. Gillingham will meet with a family and just say, I am not a good fit for this family. For this reason, I don't think it's best to use me for this. More than I hear from families that they don't want to work with her. And you're right, that there could be some discomfort and families saying, like, voicing that concern. But I don't ever want to work with a provider who I have the expectation or they think that they can just work with any family and they're the best fit for every family. I don't think that that's a good approach. And I don't want it to be that way. So I hear what you're saying, and I will definitely look at what other counties are doing and kind of evaluate that. I feel really lucky that we have Dr. Gillingham, but I also know that I'm pretty biased. So we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. This was
Informative.
About your CSTAT thing yesterday that you got?
Yesterday was just our celebration.
Sure, but yeah, they basically were awarded for a state honor for consistently meeting rigorous goals for timeline, safety, and accuracy. So I got the award yesterday.
congratulations.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for all your hard work in order to earn that.
Yeah, thank you. Our team is incredible. They make it easy.
How many years have you guys gotten that, or did you get it last year?
We did get it last year, and then I think 3 years ago, we just barely missed it, but somebody said to me after our meeting, they were like, I think we got it, so I need to look and see. But I did get a text, I won't say from who, but from somebody from the state child welfare division, just saying, did you know for the last 37 months, your county has met every child welfare goal? So there's 5 of them.
And that's being above 80.5% or something.
So my response to this person was, is anyone better than us? Just like, no. And now we'll probably miss a month from me saying it out loud. Yeah.
Well, thank you again.
And we are going to take a 10-minute break. Does that work for everybody?
Sounds good.
We got 10:10.
Thank you.
Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is back in session for an abatement hearing. Assessor Donna G.
Hi, and we should have online, folks.
Got it?
The Board of County Commissioners is back in session.
Oh, that might be yours. Turn off your.
Yeah, I don't know why it's going.
No, it's okay. Just make sure you're.
Donna.
There you go. Perfect.
It was in arrears.
Who are we looking for? Or do you want the people in the room?
That's the people in the room first.
We only have one case today for IHS. Case number 26-08. And we should have Nina online. I would believe it would be Nina or Darla.
There's a Darla, okay.
Okay.
Well, this looks like a short one. No?
I don't know. Hopefully.
Asking us to approve.
Okay.
And a refund, right?
Right. So this is case number 26-08 for IHS RELLC, which is the Indian Hot Springs. When they recorded the deed to transfer property, it is followed with a transfer declaration, which is a legal document. The information that we put in our records was a $3 million personal property that they declared. The owner of the property, Mr. Kim, provided me with a breakdown for that $3 million, which I did not have at the time of sale. So when he provided me that backup, I was offering to take that $3 million off. And then on the personal, again, on that transfer declaration, it indicated it was a public sale, which is arm's length transactions, how we determine value. This was based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2019, June 30th, 2024. It is a commercial property. Our previous value was $16.9 million. Taking off the $3 million, I am proposing a value of $13.9 million. And the property owner is protesting that. They are indicating that they had an appraisal done, which we can look at an appraisal, but we have to do it by the sales approach and go by our legal documentation that was recorded with the clerk and recorder's office. And so again, I'm recommending a $13.9 million value with the $3 million off.
Any questions?
Does he get time to speak?
He does. Or his representative, right? Yes.
Can
Can you hear me?
Assessor, excuse me, hold on. A question for Assessor G.
I'll hold my questions until after.
Okay. All right. Who do we have online, Megan?
We have Darla Jermio. I'm probably
Armio, yes.
Are you an owner or the attorney?
We are the tax agent.
Okay.
So going over this, the subject property is the Indian Hot Springs. It is a historical tourist attraction. It was originally built in 1905. You look at any tourist book for Colorado and you are going to see this, mainly due to the hot springs that exist on the property. So inclusive of the property is also water rights to those geothermal waters. There was a transfer of title. However, most of your TD 1000s are typically filled out by secondary parties, not by the buyer or the seller. In this case, this was a transfer between mother-in-law and son-in-law. So in our exhibits, we included a couple of exhibits. One is the references from the ARL, the Assessor Reference Library. That is your Exhibit A. The assessor reference library is mandatory for the assessors in how they perform their duties. It is put out and written by the Division of Property Taxation. If you look in the Exhibit A, on page A3, it talks about qualified sales and the elimination, and the assessor's duty is to verify all of their sales before they deem them as qualified or non-qualified. So if you look at that page 3, A3, it talks about what makes up a qualified sale. And it also lists then on A4, the elimination of non-qualifying sales that do not meet the test of being arm's length transactions. Now, following that, under the addendum are reason codes for sales determined to be non-qualified. Number 57, the assignment code is a sale between related parties. Related parties would certainly include a mother-in-law and son. These are obviously related parties. The sale was negotiated privately. It was never brokered. It was never offered on the open market for anybody to purchase except him. So that is obviously a non-arm's length sale. This the assessor's office has determined this value solely on this one transaction, which is erroneous to even apply that. First off, one sale never makes a market. The assessor stated that they must determine values by the sales approach, which is incorrect. They are to look at all three approaches to value, which is cost approach, market sales approach, and the income approach, and determine which one is best suitable. Because this property has so many components to it, I'll direct you actually to Exhibit B, which are pages out of the appraisal that was completed for the parties to negotiate how much the son-in-law was going to purchase this property. Inherent in any hotel or motel property is always ongoing business value and must always be considered when adjusting a sales price. There's that name, typically it can be determined by the franchise. In this case of the subject property, you have a historical property that has a lot of publicity. You've got the hot springs, you've got water rights. But in his page, Exhibit B, B2, it gives a full description of everything that exists on this property. The mineral pools, it has 4 lodging cabins that are used for employee stays, which given the fact that they are utilized for employee long-term stay, they are considered residential and must be allocated at a residential assessment rate from the determined value. It also states on B3, second paragraph, the seller and buyer relationship. So it's very clear that this is not an arm's length transaction, and had probably either the buyer or the seller been contacted, this would have been determined by the assessor's office. So we looked at the appraisal. The appraisal is very clear. It was done at that time of the transaction. It gave the value of the property at $16,979,30, which is what the assessor's value, that is the assessor value. I believe they are reducing that by the 3 million. I do give the allocation that they determine that for the commercial and the residential use. We looked at the appraisal though. And if you read through, the full appraisal has been provided to the assessor's office. We provided just some excerpts for your perusal, just to see what was done. The real estate only, which is the only thing that the assessor is to be valuing, is the real estate, the bricks and mortar. The real estate only value is determined to be $9,900,000. There's tangible personal property value, and then there's business value, which is intangibles. The as-is value, total value for all of those is the 17,800,000. But again, that what he purchased is more than just the real estate, and it's the narrowing down of that real estate value that must be considered. When we looked at this, and again, you've got those 4 cabins. So we relied on this third party appraisal for the 9,900,000. Commercial use at 80%, residential use at 20%. So we provide an allocation of 7,920,000 to the commercial allocation and 1,980,000 to the residential use. And I'm done at this moment.
I'm sorry, will you repeat those numbers one more time, please?
Sure, they're on my second page if you need to look at that. The 9,900,000 is allocated at 7,920,000 to the commercial allocation and 1,980,000 to the residential allocation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you contracted with National Valuation Consultants for this appraisal?
The client did. He hired us, I believe you know actually when he hired us, after he spoke with you and he provided the appraisal and he felt like he was getting a little lost in the endeavor, he hired us. But I'm very familiar with NVC.
I understand this is difficult because there aren't a lot of comparable sales, so and
Actually, in the appraisal, he actually had several motel properties that sold in his appraisal under his, he actually did all 3 approaches to value, cost, market, and income. Income is typically the deciding point on hotel properties. I myself have done hotel valuation for 30 years. Hate to date myself. But a buyer and seller of a hotel, they really don't care what it would cost to build it. Narrowing down again, because there are always business value and personal property within a hotel. Typically, they don't really look at what other properties are selling. They're going to look at the income production of that hotel.
Thank you. And I know that we can construct defensible theories around each possible selection that the assessor may make. But nonetheless, I appreciate your sharing that specific theory. You mentioned something that I'm unable to verify by reading through the excerpts in this appraisal. I don't think, at least I have not found it. This appraisal used other sales. Were those sales from within the relevant time period and location?
Since this was done in 2002, which is 2022, sorry, right at the time when they transferred the title between family members. They would have been done within the 5-year cycle. I believe several of them were done in 2022, but again, the assessor has the full appraisal. We hated to include it on this because I believe it's over 200 pages.
Yeah, that's okay. So Assessor G, when you looked through the appraisal, did you see in there that there were qualified sales you could use, like qualified comparables, i.e. sold within the county and within the period?
I
Yes,
didn't look at the periods, to be honest.
That was a question for
Yep.
Assessor G. Thank you.
sorry.
And we did consider the income approach at all three approaches to value. We did not have supporting documentation to do the income approach, such as income statements for the period, credible costs, purchase contracts. So this one, again, was purchased in our time frame. I'd be more than happy to make it unqualified sale and valid sale, knowing that it was a private sale. That still would not change my value, my recommendation of value, because it was purchased in our time frame. The purchase price set the value. That's how we do it in Clear Creek County. And that we do it at all commercial, all real property, residential properties.
And the distinction between arm's length and non-arm's length is usually to, avoid somebody going, oh, you're my son, I'm gonna give you this for 100,000 when it's really worth $1 million.
That's correct.
But this is like the opposite.
It is.
The owner is arguing that he paid more to his mother-in-law?
Correct.
Okay.
And
No,
I
he's not arguing that he paid more to his mother-in-law. The fact is the property includes more than just real estate.
And when I contacted him to determine that $3 million that was indicated on the TD, he provided me backup for that $3 million.
And that's why you reduced it by?
That's why I reduced it by what he provided me with.
Okay.
So he
And just to
provided you
put this,
with- Sorry, go ahead.
What were you gonna say, Joe?
Oh, happy to, I think we both started talking at the same time. I'm happy to.
I'm sorry. Just to put this in, the assessor reference library is a mandate on all Colorado assessors. No assessor office is allowed to be independent in how they value property. And again, this is whether it was a transfer of title within the time frame is irrelevant when the sale is not a qualified sale. It
And I
should
do-
never be included or considered for valuation purposes.
And I do have it an invalid sale. Because it was also a multi-sale, which makes it invalid as well.
What's a multi?
Multi-sale, so there was like 5 or 6 properties that transferred, including some vacant land. So we have to make it invalid because we can't determine the value based on each individual property.
So then how did you arrive at the value that you are recommending?
We worked with characteristics of the property, considering the sale price.
I have a question for Kathy. So she's questioning her process. Do you have anything to say about that?
Or can you?
I mean, Donna and I have discussed it and I agree with her methodology here. And I believe she discussed it with the state as well.
I did discuss it with the state.
Kathy,
Department of Property.
our counsel. Yeah, I don't have any more questions. Jody, did you have any?
I'm sorry, SSUG, can you just, one more time for me, just summarize how you arrived at the recommendation to reduce the value?
According to the transfer declaration that was submitted, he indicated the personal property was 3 million. When I reached out to him for a breakdown of that 3 million, because that's what was indicated, I didn't know that's the only information I had. At that time, I wasn't given, at the personal property was $9 million. I was given $3 million. So when I got that breakdown, that was my offer to reduce it by $3 million.
By the amount that the
The owner
is
is,
claiming
that's correct.
is non-real estate.
That's correct.
And right.
And it looks like on the transfer declaration, he completed it with the 3 million because it's handwritten. He also indicated, it's got a check mark for the public and he's signing the document. So that's the only information I had at that time. I didn't have any additional information until he had the appraisal, sent me the appraisal, which I looked at, but I didn't have a breakdown of what exactly that personal property was to come up to that 9 million. How much was the personal property for the water? How much was the personal property for the intangible? How much was the items that were real property in there? I didn't have any of that information.
Thank you.
But you have that information now, correct?
Right, but I can't make the decision to change the value now. It has to be the Board of County Commissioners.
Yes, but you are making a recommendation again with a high value based on a transfer between related parties.
Right.
You have any
And
other sales that support the value that's being placed
I'm just supporting the value that was actually paid for it,
between related parties?
right? But it's still the actual value paid.
Okay. Sorry.
And I still today, I do not have a breakdown of what the water rights values would be. I need a breakdown to make a decision.
So you've requested this and it was never provided. That's interesting.
No, I requested on the 3 million.
So
Yeah.
technically,
That was provided.
3 million, we don't really have all the evidence that we have to bring that down, but you're still doing it.
No, he provided me with the breakdown for the 3 million.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's all that you have, but nothing further to bring it down to the 9 million.
No,
Okay.
Just so you know, nothing has been requested from us, and the client has not indicated that any other information has been requested. And the appraisal is very clear in that breakdown.
Mhm. It seems like this should have been provided from,
yeah, nothing was offered to me to support that. Nothing was offered.
I mean, it should have been provided from.
It was provided when the client filed the abatement. All of this was given to the assessor's office. I'm unclear what wasn't provided.
So I only have a breakdown of the 9.9 million, just indicating tangible and intangible. I don't have a breakdown of what the intangible values are that make up that value. I just have business value intangibles 7.8, but I don't have a breakdown of what's supporting that 7.8. What's the value for the water rights? What's the value
Did you
for?
read the appraisal?
I did as much as I could. I mean, I can't sit and read a 200-page appraisal.
Well, it's in the appraisal that the client provided.
Well, maybe you could provide me with that breakdown. Can we see it?
Well, I would certainly go through the appraisal and provide those excerpts if I had known that this was required. But if you read through the appraisal, it is provided.
I didn't see it. I only saw the total numbers.
Do we need more time for this or?
I mean, I think it's up to the board if you want to allow more time, but if the tax agent wanted to provide that, she has the opportunity now.
Ma'am, are you, since to take in new evidence, for the board to take in new evidence, we would need you to present it now.
Unless you want to provide more time, but
If you have evidence,
Well,
Yeah.
I kind of am a little disturbed that the client went to the effort to provide all of this information to the assessor. And it was not just disregarded, but it went unread. And all of this information is in that appraisal, which is in the possession of the assessor.
okay, have you read the appraisal, ma'am?
I have certainly read through it, yes.
Okay, excellent. Are you able to provide the page number for the specific information in that 280 page document that you are asserting as being uniquely valuable to this case?
Obviously not off at the top of my head. I would also have to re-go through and find those pages.
Those seem to be the missing link here, if there is a link, and for us to drop that down to that 9 million, we would need that information.
can I?
Yes,
Can I pop in real quick? So I just want to point out, there's very clear case law in Colorado that an assessor's valuation of property is presumed to be correct. The burden here really is on
Great.
the property owner to, if the assessor missed information, to point it out, to provide it or provide it to this board.
Thank you. And also, typically, I would want more than just property owners paid for assessor to come up with a number. I mean, if I were litigating this case, it would be like, do you have, 3 assessments, and are they, how did you come up with this? But
I mean, I think an appraisal could be sufficient if the appraisal itself addressed the information that was needed. And I think, my review and our discussion.
680 pages, yeah.
I'm certainly willing to email over the entire appraisal right now.
We're asking you to answer our questions and not make us read a 280 page appraisal.
Well, I am not trying to be disrespectful, but I feel like the client's not being given due service because they have provided this for availability. They've clearly provided the entire appraisal, and it was, like I said, not just disregarded, but it went unread. It wasn't given even
I
any
didn't read the whole
consideration, and yet the value is being placed solely on a non-qualified sale.
If I may, I don't think I heard the assessor say, and I don't appreciate you characterizing, that this appraisal went unread. If there was one important piece of information in a 280 page document, my recommendation to you is to have included it in the excerpt of the appraisal that was stated earlier in your presentation as including the relevant information from that appraisal. And so if we could start off at that level by not asserting that this appraisal went unread.
Actually, she
that
did
would be
state
great.
she did not read it.
She said she did not have time to read through every detail.
Well,
I
that's-
can appreciate a 280 page document. You all are trying to assert what's important in that, and we are more than happy to hear you. So I guess I'll ask the question one more time, whether that specific information can be found in that 280 page document that you have read carefully and your client is asserting there's information in.
The information is within the appraisal
I'm going
on how each section was determined.
where it's at, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, she's not telling us where it's at.
Okay, I've got
She's just
this.
saying it's in there somewhere.
Okay,
That is not the 280 page version.
yeah, none of them have 280 pages, so I was just trying to See if it was in these excerpts.
Or a link to the whole one.
I have the whole one pulled up.
Oh, you do? Okay.
So colleagues, I mean,
It's 218
from my
pages.
perspective, we could make a decision based on the evidence that's been presented to the board by the petitioner.
I would agree with that.
Or we can table this and allow, maybe the petitioner wants to take the time of the next hearing or so to try to find that information that is being claimed as crucial and point us to it.
So about 15 minutes? Or after?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Those are the
let's-
options that I see.
Those seem reasonable to me.
All right. So why don't we table this, and I will even give you a half an hour. If you could please.
I hate to inform you, but I have another hearing at 10:30. Or sorry, 11:30.
I am still not seeing that breakdown on this.
Mhm.
I
Do
see,
you want to give us keywords or anything?
because I'm only seeing tangible 100,000 and then non-tangible. That I'm not seeing a breakdown of what the water rights expense is. And I'm looking at the table of contents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, colleagues, I feel like a half hour to either via email or another method, say, please look at this page number of this document, even like save that specific page and email it or whatever is more than reasonable. I'm willing to take the extra step to hear this extra evidence that's being just now being introduced to the board. But I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to go beyond that.
That's completely within the discretion of this board to.
But legally, you think we have enough to make a decision now?
Legally, yes. I think you've been provided the information you've been provided. And the property owner in this case has the burden, and this is their opportunity to meet that burden by showing you evidence that the assessor's valuation is incorrect. And if this piece is what they're relying on, this is their opportunity to show it. So you could give them that little bit of additional time, or you could just make the decision based on what you have.
All right.
Do you want to take that half hour to either email or get us the information?
Or should we make a decision now?
As I stated, I already have BOE hearings after this.
So is that a no?
I probably would not have that time allowable for me.
Okay. Entertaining a motion.
I think with the information we have, it's really clear that we have compelling information to reduce the assessed value by $3 million. For that reason, I'll make a motion on IHS RELLC case number 26-08 that we accept the assessor's recommendation to approve the petitioner's request for abatement or refund of taxes and order directing refund of 2025 taxes in the amount of $56,992.40 pro rata by all jurisdictions receiving payment thereof.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
And then we need to reopen as the OE for this same case for 2026.
Oh,
Oh,
so
all
you
right.
can still be a panelist?
Okay.
Yes.
Oops.
This is how I got myself confused. Now, so.
Did you boot them?
Yeah, but I just re-promoted her. Sorry.
The Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is now serving as the Board of Equalization. Assessment appeal hearing for case number 26-08 IHS.
This is, I'm sorry, the BOE case is 2601.
Okay, it says 08 on here.
That's for the BOCC.
It looks like our agenda our agenda had a typo in it, but
All right.
corrected on the record. I'm happy.
Number 26-01. Is that what you said, Donna?
Correct, yes. Our 25 values and 26 values are the same. The abatement is giving a refund of taxes, the Board of Equalization appeal allows me to adjust the value prior to the billing of taxes in 27.
Oh, okay.
So it's the same case.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
And this is consideration of approval of assessor's recommendation to adjust actual value by the personal property reported on transfer declaration in the amount of $3 million.
And I'm presenting the same case. Our current value is $16,979,040. I was provided the backup for $3 million in personal property. And I am recommending a value of $13,979.40.
Okay, any questions, colleagues?
Do we need to provide the, in this case, it's the petitioner.
My take is if you give Donna time, then give them time too, if she, but I think you could ask her to limit it.
If you have any questions for Donna, then I'll ask you if you have questions for the petitioner. Okay. Petitioner, or their tax consultant, do you have further comments to make on this reduction of value?
I do not.
All right. Any further questions? Okay, may I have a motion?
Let's see here.
And it's 2601.
Yeah. I would like to make a motion to accept the approval of the assessor's recommendation of case number 26-01 to adjust actual value by the personal property reported on transfer declaration in the amount of $3 million.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You, motion passes.
All right, and this will be sent to the property head of the property, Department of Property Taxation to be approved as well
All right, thank you.
because of the amount.
We are now turning to the Board of Equalization regular session. The work session presentation from the county assessor regarding progress, update, and valuation for assessment of real and personal property.
Thank you. So I have made the adjustments due to a House bill, which is 10% off the $700,000 of value, up to $700,000 of value. And I am reporting a real property value of,
Property we're talking about?
oh, this is overall county assessed value.
Ah,
Okay. So the personal property, I have to report personal property to you. We have 49 accounts. And we did 44 appeals, 47. We have 47 accounts. We have 6 non-filers. And they will be receiving a penalty of up to $50 for not filing. And in addition, there'll be no changes to their personal property and they'll receive their tax bill. The value of the overall personal property in the county is 7.5 million. The total taxable,
all personal property that's not real estate?
that's correct, is 78.5 million.
All
You
right,
done with Darla on here?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
And then the overall taxable for the county for non-school is 388.5 million. And for the school is 414.5 million. And that includes our adjustment again. And then again, we have 47 protests. And you have a copy of those protest people in your packets. I think I reported everything, right?
and I apologize. You might have explained this to me last year, but I don't understand 10% of what of all county assessed value
Residential only. So there was a House bill that passed that we are required to make adjustments to real property. Residential only, and it's 10% off the first $700,000 of value.
Okay, 10% for.
And it does not include the school, it's only the non-school.
So that kind of replaces that 50,000.
Yep,
Thing, but
correct,
might change it for some people.
correct. But it will not impact the schools,
Okay.
only local governments.
And this is a state house bill or US?
It was a House bill. State, correct, yes.
Just to make sure I understand where we're at in the process right now is that you've made decisions on all 45 protests.
Correct.
Is there still a chance that they can be appealed to us?
No, it would have had to been submitted by 7/15, I think was the date. I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, thank you.
And the 10% is what are the years?
I think it's 26 with taxes due in 27. I think it's staying there. I'm not sure.
And
I have it right here though. I can,
another way to undercut state, county
yep.
revenue. All right.
I think it was an attempt to improve there was an initial attempt of just reducing the whole assessment rate.
Mhm.
There was an initial attempt to make that
More
tax relief
progressive or
better
something.
for lower valued properties.
Okay.
I think the legislature shifted from like a number of dollars off to a percentage with a cap.
Mhm.
Because they think it's more reflective of like a better way to measure which homes should get the reduction.
Okay.
Was it to help protect the schools more too? Or?
I think that's why they didn't head up the schools. They didn't get that reduction. It was just the local governments and that was to protect the schools.
Okay.
So then the people who protested,
Mhm.
what does that have to do with 10% off the first 700,000?
This was, it had nothing to do with that. I was just required to report it to you.
Oh, okay. So that's a second thing.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And then the personal property is,
All right. So as this is a work session, you're just giving us information.
correct, yes. And you have all the backup in your packets to support.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else? This.
One more question.
Yes.
In going through this year's protests, I ask you this every year, so bear with me. In going through this year's protests, did you identify anything that felt related? Like, did you identify any like procedural errors or anything else that could have affected like other properties outside of this protest?
I did not, but I did see that people are being more accountable for their properties and we were able to correct some square footages.
Okay.
Mhm.
Which that's, we rely on what people report. right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Unless it's grossly underestimated and we have proof, right?
Yes. But then that has happened.
Yeah,
Sure it has.
referring solely to, we wait for somebody to say, here's the actual building. This is the actual correct thing, not that we, no. Anyway, so, okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you for all the work.
Yes.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I still get nervous.
We are moving into Board of County Commissioner action session. Are you good?
I'm just about ready. I'm waiting for Clarissa to get here. She's going to present with me.
Oh, very good. All right. So let's
Take a minute.
break. Thank you. Clay Creek Board of County Commissioners is back in session. And just one note, we've had to adjust our schedule. We will not be doing the afternoon joint session with Gilpin County Commissioners due to illness. That will be rescheduled and we will have it posted as soon as we have the new date. Thank you. Now we are moving on to a public hearing. The introduction and first reading in order for publication of ordinance number 20. Repeals and replaces ordinance number 16 and establishes regulations for the banning of open fires. This is being led by our council, Kathy Parker, and our OEM director, Clarissa Boggs Blake. Thank you.
Thank you. So commissioners, we're here for you to, for the first reading of ordinance number 20, an ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 16 and establishing regulations for the banning of open fires. A copy of the entire text of the ordinance has been provided in writing to the commissioners. And we will dive into explaining the ordinance. I think you can track forward. Okay. So the ordinance redraft here of number 16 into number 20 follows the Board of County Commissioners work session on March 17th that you had with Clarissa, where the board discussed creating greater efficiencies and declaring fire restrictions, including red flag warning restrictions. And the board at that time expressed some interest in updating ordinance number 16. With the primary concern being keeping citizens safe, concurrent authority between the board and the sheriff. And so we've taken a very, very close look at ordinance 16 and made a number of proposed changes that we're gonna go through with you now. So so in regard to concurrent authority, you could just hold pause there. They're very basic slides. They're just so you don't stare at us continuously. I know. But so yeah, and I don't mind if you stare, but people online can have something else to stare at. So in regard to the concurrent authority between the sheriff and the board, we added in a number of procedural steps to ensure that how, when, where, and why we declare restrictions is clear and consistent, no matter who's declaring. And then that in turn helps our citizens and our visitors know what to expect, because often we have people coming from out of county who maybe are in their own county that has restrictions. And so we're trying to make it both consistent, but addressing some special concerns that we have here. And then, so greater consistency and predictability means greater compliance with any restrictions, and means a safer county as a whole. This new ordinance number 20 provides for automatic fire restrictions. We'll talk about that. It is not identical to what any of our neighboring or regional jurisdictions do, other counties. But we did, where possible, try to make our ordinance consistent with what other nearby counties are doing to make the restrictions more predictable for people. So that's in what kind of restrictions we declare, although ours is a little different because we are a different county with different concerns, at least size-wise and resource-wise. And then we also added in the types of competent evidence that I think are pretty standard metrics for jurisdictions to rely on in declaring restrictions. And then we tried to become more consistent with the language that we use to talk about restrictions as well. So an example of that is for the stages. We have stage 1 fire restrictions, stage 2 fire ban, stage 3 fire closure. So that's consistent, I think, with what Jefferson County is doing. And we got some feedback from both of our fire chiefs, Chief Jones and Chief Weegee. Chief Weegee had some very good feedback to provide because Evergreen Fire Rescue straddles the county line and is in both counties. So trying to make things easier for the citizens of Evergreen to know what restrictions apply when they go to the grocery store versus when they maybe are at home or something like that.
Because Evergreen straddles Clear Creek and Jefferson County.
Yes, exactly. So we did a very thorough review of ordinance from other counties. We discussed the competent evidence standards and practices that they use with, I made a number of inquiries to my counterparts at other counties to see what the information is that they consider when they're declaring, and our new arrangement that's proposed in it's Exhibit A is consistent with what other counties are doing there. And then Clarissa and I worked together and worked with fire chiefs to ensure functional language, to try to make things consistent where we could. Again, that Evergreen Fire Rescue, Clear Creek County, Jeffco situation. And then the goals of Ordinance 20, we think it's going to make our citizens safer. And we also think that consistency will help people. Again, mentioned that. So stage 1, 2, and 3, we'll talk more about this too, but we added in what we thought it should be to try to promote that kind of consistency amongst different members of the Board of County Commissioners in 15 years, different sheriffs in 100 years, because you'll be here doing good work. But to try to make the what the restrictions are and what's allowed in each stage, that's set forth in Exhibit B. And I want to point out that can't be changed to remove things. There is a provision that we drafted in here that would allow either the board or the sheriff, whomever is declaring, to add restrictions to those. And the intent with that is to not have to amend our ordinance every time there's some sort of new technology or new trend that all of a sudden we've got, flaming drones or whatnot. So our first thing we tackled here, and this was a rolling work in progress, but the definitions. And we revised definitions to, number 1, cut down on the wordiness of the ordinance, and then number 2, to try to be very clear of, what are we talking about and when. So we added a definition for automatic restrictions, and automatic restrictions go into place automatically when there is a hazardous weather, or when there's hazardous weather conditions as declared by the National Weather Service. So hazardous weather conditions include red flag warnings and include particularly dangerous situations. Clarissa and I discussed this quite a bit to determine, are there other types of events that the National Weather Service declares that we might be concerned about increasing fire danger to the point where we want automatic restrictions? We decided no, that wouldn't be reasonable, because we would end up continuously in fire restrictions, and not really for the safety reason, but more out of just a possibility. So, but we think that the red flag warnings and the particularly dangerous situations do rise to the level of the issuance of those is in itself competent evidence.
And just to build on that, I also pulled the National Weather Service, how they break up their hazards. Right, so you have flash flood watch, flash flood warning, thunderstorm, all those. For fire related things, there's 2. There's fire weather watch, and then there's red flag. And so I wanted to make sure we didn't creep into floods or thunderstorms or tornadoes. Like, I really wanted to match what the National Weather Service did in terms of the topic, which what we're talking about, which is fire. And so we also assessed watches and the red flag, and agreed that red flag was the trigger to go into automatic restrictions, not so much a critical fire watch, because again, it may or may not happen. Red flag is happening. So that's why I just wanted to call out that we analyze that too on the National Weather Service side.
Yeah, that's good. And I wanted to point out also that particularly dangerous situations are they're kind of something that is their own animal. Yeah. Red flag warnings, we're talking about really low humidity, higher temps, and wind. 3 things combining that just creates the perfect fire danger storm, right? But with particularly dangerous situations, they assign that verbiage to a number of different situations. It can be anything from tornadoes to extreme thunderstorms. we thought that it's such a rare occurrence for them to declare those, but generally in our county, it would involve wind. And therefore, we included that too. It's just not a time we think that people should be out burning. And then we needed to add a definition for declared restrictions. And then we've done a lot of work to try to define competent evidence. We've defined it. It's a little more involved than the statutory definition, but really it was just to add, I think, more examples of the types of things we're looking for, which typically is going to be metrics, scientific data that tell us that fire danger is high. And we'll dig more into that too. Talk a little bit about why we kind of made some choices here where there were options, and we want to talk through those with you so that you can make sure that you agree with those choices. Let's see. So we updated the definition of open fires to be very inclusive. Our previous definition was kind of relied on a portion of, there are any outdoor fires except these. And then they had things listed that we just excluded from the definition, which means if we are declaring restrictions, those aren't open fires, we can't restrict them under our own ordinance. So we fixed that. And this definition of open fires now is anything that could create, that could start an actual fire. So sparks, high heat, anything outdoors essentially. So, but we'll talk a little more about that.
Even a smoker for like a beekeeper.
What's the fuel?
It could be egg cartons, it could be wood, it could be.
I would think if it's, man, that's a little fall through the cracks item.
Inside of a container only produces smoke, but if you dropped it.
So I think if there was something available that was gas powered, that would probably be a yes, it's allowed.
Invent that.
But if wood powered, then I would think no, because it's combusting a solid fuel.
Class
And
A material.
that's where we drew the line, is combusting solid material.
Jody, do you want to ask that we request between the first and second reading that we just ask for them to look into beekeepers activities and whether they
I
should be
honestly,
exempted?
when we didn't do it just because it terrified us just to even do it.
Yeah.
So,
I would say no.
okay.
Okay.
I would say to let people know to not do that.
Okay, these are things that definitely this kind of feedback is what we're looking for here, because we want our ordinance to be clear as it's written, not something that we have to keep explaining or, filling in all the blanks as we go. And so a lot of the changes we've made, especially in our Exhibit B, that's the type of restrictions. Definitely there was some evolution there that came from discussions with our fire chiefs, just amongst Peter and I, amongst Clarissa and I. And so certainly we want your sharp eyes and minds on this to help us troubleshoot it as we go. And we're going to talk about a ton here. So there will be opportunity for that. And please do stop us if you have questions or want to discuss. We don't want your questions to get lost. So restrictions, we added a definition of, they are just simply prohibitions. It could include a full fire ban, a partial fire ban, or any kind of activity that we are not going to allow. And we have 3 general types, again, stage 1, 2, and 3 set forth in Exhibit B, and we'll talk a little bit more about how those restrictions, how the ordinance treats restrictions and the boards and the sheriff's authority to impose additional ones. And then you may note that we included, in the definition of restrictions, we included the sale, use, and discharge of fireworks as an open fire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, not as restriction, as an open fire. So CRS 3015-4011 N.5 is the authority to adopt an ordinance providing for the banning of open fires. But Section 1 N.7 provides similar authority to prohibit the sale, possession, or use of fireworks. That language in that provision is pretty incomprehensible. It says that you can have an ordinance, but the ordinance can't stay in effect for longer than 6 months at a time. But an ordinance is in effect all the time if you have it or unless you rescind it, which would be a pretty big administrative burden. So what we've done is we've combined it. That's pretty standard amongst jurisdictions in Colorado, conclude it in the same ordinance. And we feel fairly confident that the sale, possession or use of fireworks will not be prohibited for longer than 6 months of the year. So it would get prohibited not by the ordinance, but by a declaration or automatic restrictions that the ordinance provides for. Just a little technical detail.
I think you're gonna solve that one.
Yeah.
That's sort of like going in and out of fire vans, right?
Yeah, we're going to treat them the same as that, even though the ordinance or the state law seems to indicate something else. No other counties in Colorado have done it the way that the ordinance seems to suggest, which really also isn't very clear. So
The state ordinance.
I just looked at Jeff.
yes, the state law.
For the smoker, their factor thing is you can't just turn it off. So.
Correct.
You just.
Okay, yeah, I think that's kind of where we've drawn the line too, is
That's a bee smoker or meat smoker?
A bee smoker.
smoker. And we'll also talk about meat smokers too, as part of this, because that has come up for us as well. Okay, so we think that the new definitions and also the inclusive definition of open fire is going to make it easier for the public to understand our ordinance and understand restrictions. Okay, so unlawful, we're going to move to section 2, unlawful conduct. So that this section is just simply the operative language that makes certain behavior that's prohibited by the ordinance unlawful and therefore enforceable. And we'll talk more about enforceable in a little bit. We've added in section 3, we've added in affirmative duties for everyone. And more and more counties seem to be moving to this. Routt County recently did. Jeffco includes this verbiage in their restrictions as well. And those affirmative duties are the duty to confirm the status of restrictions and the type of restrictions in place. And so National Weather Service has a website. You can see whether there's a red flag warning. Clear Creek County has a website. You can see whether we're in some kind of restrictions or not. And so it's, this is becoming more common, so it shouldn't be a huge burden for people to try to figure that out. And it just reflects the concept that's kind of many places in the law, that ignorance of the law isn't an excuse to violate it. So.
How about, or get your feedback on this, and a duty to inform any guests or renters? Because somebody coming from Florida might not even know there was any sort of duty or what to do or where to go.
So I'm not particularly comfortable with that in the fire restrictions ordinance, because it means that even people who aren't doing anything to do with open fires have a duty to be checking fire restrictions anytime they have a guest over, and also very difficult to enforce.
How about a duty to post information about?
Are you thinking about something like a short-term rental?
Uh-huh.
So that's a great idea. So I know that Jeffco has done that within their short-term rentals ordinance, and that's probably the right place to put something like that. But I am happy to tell you that I think the short-term rental ordinance is going to come before you for review and some amendments at some point soon. And so we'll put that there.
Excellent.
Great. Yeah.
And then just one other thing, the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management on the state level, so DHSEM, they have also released a new county map where you can literally click on whatever county you want and you can see what restrictions they're in real time, and it takes you to the right county thing. So that's kind of reduced the barrier and frustration of, well, I'm going to this county and it's 8 hours away. How do I know what it is? And so we're trying to reduce on the EM region statewide level, trying to also reduce the barriers and confusion and create access so people know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You've piqued my curiosity. I just want to make sure that you don't think we have the regulatory authority to do something like tell a hotel operator that they need to inform their guests about fire bans?
I think that's a little more different because the hook that we have with short-term rentals is the licensing program. And unless we have some kind of licensing program like that with hotels, which we don't, it would be very difficult to enforce, and we don't, because they don't need an approval, we don't have a mechanism to impose that condition. If that makes sense. I mean, it's possible we could do that in our code, but then that's a whole other can of worms too, so. Other affirmative duty that's been included is the duty to mitigate risks of your own behavior. So if you are undertaking a type of activity that's exempt within the ordinance or that it is not restricted per the restrictions in place, then you have a duty to make sure that you're undertaking an open fire when there are restrictions. You need to make sure it's safe. So if it's a stage one, if it's stage one restrictions and you're undertaking, you have a charcoal grill, you need to make sure that your connections are good. You need to make sure that if something were to happen, you could put out a fire. It's a little easier when people are at home, but we've reflected that in, I think the welding provision has some specifics there, but then also just throughout. We want people to take personal responsibility for their behavior and not burn our forest down. So reasonable measures, things like coordinating with the experts, our fire chiefs, or having a fire extinguisher in place or a shovel or some dirt or something like that to put out a fire if it does get out of hand. And then, so section 4, automatic restrictions. So the automatic restrictions provision, boy, that's small print, I can't read it at all. Thanks. Well, you're the best. So the automatic restrictions go into place with no further action required of the BOCC or the sheriff. So if the National Weather Service declares a hazardous weather event, either red flag warning or a particularly dangerous situation, those restrictions are in place for the whole county for the duration of the event. And then, so we certainly would update our website with information as necessary, but no declaration is required. Nothing needs to be signed. And so the idea there was just to reduce administrative burdens. So we've tried to, so we had some options here. This is one of the decision points we wanted to talk with you about. Eagle County, so I worked at Eagle County in 2018 and 2019, portion of 2020, and I drafted their fire restrictions ordinance there. They had the first ordinance in the state that went into automatic restrictions. Their arrangement, if there are no restrictions in place, it will go into stage 1 during a red flag warning. If there are already stage 1 restrictions in place, it will bump it up to a stage 2. We did not draft this way, although we could and we can. And we could bring that to you in a few weeks when we come back. But the reason why we did it this way accounts for the provision where the board or the sheriff can add things that aren't automatically in the restrictions in Exhibit B. So let's say that we have restrictions, stage 1 restrictions in place, but we're going to call it a stage 1 plus because it's everything in the exhibit plus a couple additional items that we've determined the ordinance doesn't account for them and they do pose a risk to the public. It might, the red flag warning might not warrant a full stage 2. What we've done is we've added in conflict language. So if we're already in stage 2, automatic restrictions will not go into place. If we are already in stage 1, automatic restrictions will not override that. So the declared would take over for the automatic. The benefits of having it the Eagle County way is that I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that a red flag warning on top of existing dry conditions is only going to make fire danger worse. But on the other hand, Eagle County's website this morning specifically states that that red flag warnings are not going to push them into further restrictions at this time. They're already in stage 2, however, and that might be the distinction. I did not have a chance to talk to them about why they are not doing that bump up, but one of my kind of thoughts on this was that if we're talking about people in the county, they're probably going to have some awareness of restrictions. We've got it on the highways, we've got it on social media, and generally the community seems fairly aware. And so it might not be a whole bunch of math for them to do in our mind. Oh, we've been in stage 1, now we're going into stage 2 because it's a red flag warning. But when you have people coming from out of the county, they have to do all that math too, right? So they have to figure out, what does Clear Creek County already have in place? Now I'm going to go to the National Weather Service website and I'm going to figure out if it's a red flag warning. Oh, it is. Now that bumps it up to stage 2. Maybe this is just a piece that's informational for the public, and it's just making sure that we have the right stuff on our website to make people alert and have a link to the National Weather Service so they can do that math. This just seemed more consistent and kind of easier for people
Well,
to sort out.
I think that works because it makes sense to go, stage 1, then red flag up to stage 2. But if you're in stage 2, you're probably already in a red flag, and it shouldn't bump you up to stage 3 because according to Max, that shuts down the whole forest.
Yeah, and Eagle County doesn't have a stage 3. They kind of have a 1A and 1B and 2A and 2B.
Oh, that's confusing.
That was a process that I worked through with their emergency manager and all, like, the chiefs from their fire protection district, the sheriff. We met twice a month for like 6 months on that ordinance to figure out, and that was just to really work through the restrictions. So they treat developed land in their county different than wildland. So their restrictions at your house, if you mow your yard and water it, are different than they are in the forest. They haven't changed it. Seems to be working for them, and they have really good infographics, but it is kind of confusing.
So can I add a couple other things for you all to consider? So, I was more of an advocate for consideration of the automatic is always into stage 1 if we don't have any restrictions in place. If there are any declared, you're already meeting the purpose of going into automatic restrictions because you've already implemented proactive restrictions. So you don't need to keep bumping up. Another consideration for is the communication around it and the enforcement. It's incredibly confusing. Like, I mean, this could get really confusing really fast for law enforcement who has to enforce it, but also for the people just trying to understand. And then the forest is the other one, and they're not going to necessarily go in and out and up and down with us. They likely won't.
They cannot.
They have to do it through the declared process. And so it could be confusing more so if we are in stage 1 and the forest is coming behind us, or they're trying to get there, and then all of a sudden we're in a red flag day. Now we go to stage 2, and now the forest is nothing. And so that just creates some, bifurcation of a system we're trying to unify on. And so, when we went around on this and we tried to come up with pros and cons either way. And initially I'm like, my gut reaction is, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. We just bump up to stage 2 for red flag if we're already in stage 1. But after you kind of peel away the onions and try to, how do you communicate that clearly and concisely? How do you enforce that? And then where does it stop? Because to me, intuitively, if we're going to keep bumping up, we should bump up to stage 3 if you're in stage 2. And just based on logic. And if we're not going to do that, which I'm not recommending that we do that. I just think that the automatic is in place is a good proactive automated system for us to roll into restrictions when risk is higher, but then you're declared, we've already made that step and we're in long-term restrictions and we've already reduced the risk. And then at any time you guys could either add things, which is in here, or if we meet competent evidence to bump into stage 2, then we would just roll into stage 2. Things to noodle.
So definitely things to noodle. The one thing I would also add is Eagle County seems to be the only county in the state, or at least the only one I reviewed. I did not look at all 64 counties. But most of the jurisdictions surrounding us. So Routt County, Jeffco, Summit are just Boulder are just, actually Boulder does something entirely different. Boulder includes all kinds of fire weather and other types of events too for their automatic restrictions, and they have a full shutdown. So they say no fires whatsoever. So it's more than a stage 1 or a stage 2 during red flag conditions, but I expect that I don't know what they're.
Marshall Fire in Boulder County.
It was, so their ordinance absolutely reflects that experience, that it is extremely restrictive and,
And that's, I don't know, like, I don't have a strong opinion on this, colleagues, but I feel slightly more compelled by, like, the memory of what happens during high wind events than I do by, it's well stated logic why we wouldn't just go from stage 1 to stage 2. And what happens on red flag days is fires like Marshall Fire, Troublesome Creek, the worst fires that we can have are during these high wind events. And so I can be convinced that we really should ratchet up into stage 2 pretty easily in a high wind event.
I think that both avenues are 100% legally supportable.
Right.
So this is really just a matter of the commissioner's preference on policy here.
Well, when I first read this, that's what I read is that, wait a minute, maybe I'm messing things up. Automatic restrictions are stage 1 fire restrictions without further action during hazardous weather conditions by. And then where do since I have to make this call, obviously I'll talk to the sheriff, talk to Colleen, but do we have what distinguishes fire 1 to 2?
Yes.
If it automatically went into stage 1 because of the National Weather Service, then how do we get to 2?
We would, so currently the way it's written, we would get into 2 through a declaration. It would not automatically occur.
So that's when the winds get to be 60, 70 mile an hour plus.
Well, there's a whole list of competent evidence. Not one thing should be able to trigger us moving into.
Jeremy gave me a lecture about that once and I'm like, but it's different here than it is in Evergreen.
It is.
Yeah.
So, but there's a list in the competent evidence.
Yep.
That
Exhibit A.
is all nationally recognized things. Some are science-based, some are more culturally based. So what's happening around with fire response in the area, what's the region looking like with resources or complex incident management teams deployed? Are there any big events? Are there political implications? It tries to be more comprehensive than just doing science and data. So it allows for conversation, while also it can't just, be I have a bad feeling today. I think we go to stage 2.
All my constituents are calling me.
That kind of thing. So it gives you some idea. So that's how you would get to stage 2 is by reviewing the competent evidence. It's recommended on the bottom. It says stage 1 and stage 2 for considerations. This isn't a end all be all, but if you have 4 or more, or 3 or more is when kind of helps guide you in leading you down where we potentially should be on the stage. So.
How difficult would it be to, where my head is at, colleagues, is that because this is a first reading and we want to get to second reading and be in a position to pass a second reading, assuming you want to pass anything, which I did. It'd be nice to have the option and give ourselves some time to think about this and maybe talk with some stakeholders about it.
Okay.
Is it a big burden to ask you to draft the option?
No, that's not a big burden.
So that we can when we come to second read, we've got option
choices.
1, option 2, and we just make a selection?
Absolutely. We can draft that alternative for you.
'Cause I feel a little bit mixed and I want more time to think about it.
Okay. No, I think that is absolutely reasonable. There's the benefit that Clarissa and I had with this is we've gotten to spend the last couple months with it and think about it. And I mean, I had moments where, I was doing something else. It's somewhere else, not working. And all of a sudden was wait a minute, and had to go back when I got home, check through and make sure that things really work consistently. And so I think that those, considering having those options, I think will only help you make a decision that works. And then we can also do a little more outreach and try to understand, give you some better pros and cons than we've just given you to go with that language.
Then if we're in stage 2 and we have the flag
we would not go to stage 3.
I don't have to draft it that way. You get to decide.
That one, I don't think makes a lot of sense because
Yeah.
stage 3 is.
Shut down and shuts all county lands down to public
Like,
lands.
drive up to a campsite and tell, like,
That's like just shutting down our open spaces
right,
and
that should be more rare.
I think that, yeah, the stage 3 was intended to align with, I think, what the Forest Service does, which I think Clarissa mentioned in a past meeting that the US Forest Service has only been in stage 3 once, and that was during COVID. And I can envision a scenario like that. Let's say we have fires in neighboring counties. We've maybe sent, our fire chiefs have sent some of their folks out to help with those fires. And then all of a sudden we get a fire going here. We might want to shut it down.
that's us enacting that.
That's us enacting that, but I don't think that isn't something I would recommend it just automatically happen.
That makes sense.
And then we could also, when we come back with language like that, we will keep some sort of restriction language in there such that if the board or the sheriff has declared restrictions and added things to them, the automatic restrictions that might be less restrictive, like let's say we're in a stage 2 plus some prohibited activities, the red flag warning wouldn't override what's already in place if it's stricter. So we want the stricter to control.
Could I just ask a question? This
Yeah.
OEM question. Why is discharge of a hunting weapon exempted? Okay, Kathy.
I think it's a preemption issue. We don't license hunters. And so if the state has licensed them, I think we don't restrict that. We do restrict people shooting not with a valid license.
Or not at the Dumont shooting range.
I would think too, like when you're hunting, you're gonna shoot like once or twice. It's not like.
You're not shooting at incendiary rounds, probably. Yeah.
You're shooting at
Yeah.
animal, not at a rock or a whatever.
Depending on
you're
how
shooting
good a
at.
shot you are.
True. But hunters have started fires.
It's like eliminating 99.9% of the risk and giving up on what we may not have the legal authority to eliminate.
But the state could shut it down, right?
State presumably could shut that down. Yeah. I mean, they have the licensing program, so they would just need to want to change their rules.
I mean, it's not like I'm against hunting. I like venison with the best of them, but I'm just concerned because we have a lot of hunting in my neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay, so that was affirmative, or wait, I wanted to mention the affirmative duties. So automatic restrictions, I think, they work with the affirmative duties to address the concern of making sure the public knows about the restrictions. So we are, with the way that it's currently drafted, we've tried to make it easier for the public to be able to understand that. But they do have those affirmative duties. And so if this board decides that it makes more sense to do the bump up method, then those affirmative duties still stand. People still have a personal responsibility to check before they undertake any activities. So that brings us to declaring. So the section 5 here is just provides the authority. So the board or sheriff, upon finding competent evidence of high fire danger through the procedures and subject to the limitations and exemptions set forth below, may exercise concurrent authority to ban open fires to the extent that each may deem necessary through the declaration of restrictions. And then we've added this language, and we'll talk this through because this was another decision point. The chair of the board or the vice chair in the chair's absence is authorized to exercise the board's authority under this section, subject to ratification by the full board no later than at its next regular board meeting. So the reason why we put that in is because the board only meets twice a month. And so we didn't want the board to be each seeing a need, or each of the members of the board to be seeing a need and not be able to take action without having a special meeting and convening. This section, we'll talk about this in a second too. This section is intended to work together with section 6C, which requires consultation. The reason why we've included that consultation requirement is because it's concurrent authority. And we don't want the board or the chair to be thinking about declaring restrictions and the sheriff to be doing it at the same time. And then to have dueling declarations coming out. We thought that just having a quick chat, whether it's email or the like, to say, hey, I'm thinking about declaring restrictions. Do you have thoughts? Alerts will alert each other to kind of the idea. And then you guys also could share information. That is worded as a mandatory. It's mandatory. We could make that permissive and encourage it.
Mandatory is just fine. And if the sheriff isn't available, then the undersheriff.
That was one of my questions too, is does this allow the sheriff to delegate that?
I will update, or his delegee somewhere. Maybe I'll define sheriff as sheriff or his delegees or somewhere, but yeah, we can certainly do that. We don't want somebody to be out of town or taking a well-deserved vacation and then we can't declare restrictions appropriately.
And then I paid pretty close attention to this session and have a handful of like different factors that I'm not quite sure how to solve, but one of them is in C saying that the chair and the sheriff shall consult feels like one of those requirements that may become easy to forget about and violate, and maybe you inadvertently render a fire ban unenforceable. And it feels like extra process that if it's not crucial, I mean, I think should or are encouraged to. I think it's good practice. I would like to make sure that, let's say it doesn't happen.
We don't want to
Like for
invalidate
what
our
it's
restriction.
declared to be enforceable.
Or shall consult with each other to the extent possible or something.
Yeah, some kind of something.
Yeah, and we've included, we can simply update that language to be similar to the language in the next clause, which is permissive and also may consult with other appropriate authorities. And that's also reflected in Exhibit
I
A.
still want to address the issue of one of us saying one thing and the other saying a different thing.
So section B, 6B also gets at that, which is that declarations need to be in a form reviewed and approved by the county attorney prior to its issuance. So that was
The
also
attorney
intended to make sure that
or assistant county
I'm a delegate.
or
Yes, yeah. So I mean, but that, I think that also may cover that concept there and prevent mishaps and dueling restrictions.
Parties reach out, yeah. This kind of gets me to the other observations I have. It's just about the role of the chair of the board. I think if we pass this ordinance as read, this would be the only instance beyond what's in statute, which is the chair of the board having the authority to declare an emergency outside of a meeting. This would be the only and first time that the board has delegated like unitary executive authority to its chair. And I kind of feel like actually the way to resolve this is to eliminate that and say, if it happens outside of a meeting, we have a sole elected official that people elect to make decisions on their own. And we say, if it happens outside of a meeting, it needs to be the sheriff. And if it doesn't, then the board takes action, right? So I'm just a little bit less comfortable with the board delegating that level of authority to a single member of the board.
So this is novel.
Well, this was to, and I think you wanted it last year when you were chair. You wanted us to be able to listen to our constituents who are up in arms about heavy winds in our district. And then I kind of like having joint responsibility. We owe a duty to our constituents. You owe a duty to the safety of the whole county. And I think we would work fine together. I like having the authority.
So I think what George was getting at was it's not just sharing with the sheriff, it's delegating the board's entire authority to the chair to declare restrictions. And then it does require ratification, similar to a declaration.
Yeah.
But I think it's that piece that's uncomfortable, is the board the board is intended under state law, under everything except for the local disaster emergency statutes. The board acts, not the chair typically does not act on behalf of the board unless it is emergency circumstances. So
But I mean,
we've talked,
yeah, realistically, we would confer. But if I can't get a hold of somebody, wouldn't want to wait.
so you
I
can't,
just
you
feel like
couldn't
that's-
confer with another commissioner outside of a public open meeting because of the open meetings law. So that was why the ratification, but I think, you know, the bookends are the board as a whole only, or the chair with ratification, but there's probably some middle ground too, if you want to kind of think that through a little bit, which is that we could limit it so that it is only in the case of an emergency.
Yeah,
Declare
yeah,
an
absolutely.
emergency meeting, hold a meeting. make it
Okay.
But
Right.
if we can't get a hold of each other, I don't want to be the roadblock.
That's where I think the sheriff comes in. I think we possibly legally could do what the board has a lot of precedent for, which is to delegate to its professional staff. Right? And so Clear Creek County, every 4 years is going to elect a different set of commissioners. We don't know, and we rotate. Culturally, we rotate commissioner to commissioner to commissioner. And I've had the pleasure of interacting with a lot of different commissioners around the state. Not all of those commissioners would I want to have like the ability to effectively make a promise for the rest of the board that it can't necessarily keep, right? Because there's no way for you to coordinate with me to know if I'm actually going to vote to ratify the thing, right? And I think it creates very difficult dynamics amongst the board when you think about this in the long term and what sort of constitutes healthy interaction and
Okay,
navigation.
but George, last year, you were all hot to trot about the board having this authority
Yeah.
to be responsive to our constituents.
And
And if we don't have time to get together, it makes sense for the chair to be able to make that decision to be ratified later.
what I never asked for last year or in any year was for the chair to be able to declare that on their own. I just don't view that as a healthy thing to do for the board.
In case you have a Yahoo board member as opposed to me.
Jody, I'm curious what you think about this.
I just think this is like, it would be a really one-off for that to happen because there's so many chains above that sheriff, under sheriff and, you know, and
attorney.
Two of the three of us, it only takes two of us to make that declaration as well. So even if one commissioner, it seems like I never leave Dumont anymore. But,
Except when you have to go to NOCO.
no, it's online a lot,
Oh,
so,
okay.
but I just can't imagine that
okay.
it would take a lot to make that happen.
And my preference is to, in the very least, just shift that to the county manager or just let the role of the sheriff and their delegee, because I mean, these guys have, 24/7 executive obligations, but I've
But
said my
they're
piece.
not always in my end of the county. And if we have a windstorm like we had in December, okay, Kathy, I will be calling your office to say, we're in dire straits. I'll be calling you to say we're in dire straits. And I'm sorry, I want to have some, you guys can outvote me, which is fine, but I like having the Board of County Commissioners involved in this so that, you're in Idaho Springs, you're in Dumont, I'm in Evergreen, that can have three very different weather patterns. And I think it helps to have.
So I guess I could point out an alternative here.
Okay.
Which is that if the standard for a local disaster emergency is met, which it could be, it could be and warrant fire restrictions, that in my experience, a Board of County Commissioners or a chair for the first 7 days until ratification happens can declare a local disaster emergency and include some provisions in there to try to deal with that emergency. So it may be possible, if it's that bad, declare and include restrictions in a local disaster emergency declaration.
December 18th, I'd be calling you.
Yeah.
last year, December.
But that was a
18th.
red flag day,
It
right?
was a red flag day, so that one would have been covered.
So, and also remember, it all goes back to competent evidence.
It does.
So
Yeah.
like we have to be able to, at the end of the day, it's not about I'm feeling or I see wind or whatever. No, you have to look and be able to say, I know the 1,000-hour fuse are burning at X. I know the ERC levels are at Y.
Yeah.
I know all the local resources are deployed. I know the national level is at, like, you have to be able to, it takes the emotional
We wouldn't
side
know
out,
that.
which
So
is
we-
why you would be contacting that guy.
Okay, and
Which
then
is-
you would be contacting the sheriff to give him that information, because he wouldn't necessarily.
And
know
then the
that.
fire authorities
So
in us.
I mean,
And that's all recognized in our competent
so
evidence
then
exhibit.
Northern Colorado and NCC, which is the dispatch that we fall under, geographically, it's all Northern Colorado now. They have in the prime fire season, but they meet all year round, regular meetings, and they discuss, it's all the counties meet together. They discuss, it's fire chiefs, it's sheriffs, it's whoever is designated to attend, and they provide updates and feelings and like, where is everything? The Forest Service is on it, BLM's on it, the state's on it, like lots of people, and they provide that comprehensive assessment, and they actually go through all the list of the competent evidence you have there. They actually
That's
go
where I
through
took it
step
from.
by step by step
Yeah.
and say, cool, my readings are X, my readings are Y, and there's an analysis, like they compare across all the counties and Fed and state that are participating. And so it's actually it's a pretty robust, comprehensive analysis. It happens daily, weekly, bi-weekly. It all depends on how things are going across. And so that's where it comes to, I would recommend considering relying on the people who sit on them and attend and then advise and
I was curious
Yeah.
if the fire chiefs weren't involved.
They're involved.
they're involved.
They are involved.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So bottom line is.
This guy talks to them
Okay,
all.
bottom line is, if either one of us feels like our neighborhoods are in imminent danger, who do we call? Sheriff.
The
Yep,
sheriff
and
and
then
the
if-
county attorney's office.
Yes, and he will get information. It may not be an immediate, I can name off all of the competent evidence reasons for X, Y, and Z, but give me 30 minutes and then he'll follow up with the appropriate folks and get you the detailed information and say, yes, we meet competent evidence to go or no, or consider this or that.
He would, the sheriff would declare.
Yep.
Okay.
Or you guys could, I mean, it could be,
Or you can have a special meeting and declare too. And so I think, part of how we want county regulations to be, or county ordinances to be that provide authority, is there might be outlier situations. We want to provide enough leeway there to deal with those severe outlier situations. But we want to kind of keep things within the guardrails on both sides. We don't want it to be too easy and we don't want it to be too hard. And I think that that's exactly what we're talking about right now is where should those guardrails be? And I think, this is novel in the whole state. This is not in anybody else's ordinance. That's me.
so no other,
Okay.
So no
county
other communities
allows
are
a
doing
board
this.
chair
Oh,
to
okay.
No.
unilaterally-
Okay.
Correct.
Well, I
No.
appreciate your confidence. I hear George.
So
I
that's,
just don't want our processes to be so convoluted that, trees are falling over and fires are starting in my neighborhood and people are screaming at me to do something.
yeah, I don't think that will happen. I think between the board and the sheriff, that provides, there are two sets of elected officials who have this exact same authority to declare. And so, that's a conversation to be had when the board can't meet with a quorum to make a decision.
And just like one final, like maybe I'm just reflecting on why, when I first read it, I had this thought is I kind of one of the ways that this works is we all kind of know who's on first and we know who to call. And the person we can call is someone we can legally call.
Yeah,
I can't
it's not an
even
open meetings
call
law violation.
to say, I
Right.
think. And so then are you over here talking to the attorney? I'm calling the sheriff. Like, I think we
Yeah.
create more confusion by trying to do it like that.
And it would
And I
take
think we strain
24
board
hours to get that
relationships.
meeting posted and
Exactly.
Right.
Board the board chair can declare an emergency meeting.
Yep.
And meet without notice. And so if board chair says, you know what, darn it, I called the sheriff, he didn't pick up, we need a fire ban, we need it now, the board chair can just declare an emergency meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and declare a local disaster emergency
And
as
declare,
well.
yeah, so-
Without a
Which it-
meeting and then
In
work
these
on it.
rare
Takes one.
circumstances.
Okay.
That still just takes one?
For a local disaster emergency?
Yeah.
Yes. And then ratification has to happen within 7 days or it goes away.
But
If
you
you're
don't have
gonna
to
do that,
declare
please
a
call
local
me.
emergency.
Right.
Correct.
Call
You
me.
could also do that.
The board
have a
chair
mouse
can just
infestation.
declare an emergency meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
And it can be around emergencies like we have to get a grant application done in time. So I think,
Okay.
if that's the
This would
bar.
qualify, yeah.
And presumably I would be able to declare an emergency meeting and get a hold of one of you, if not both.
So I do have a
Okay.
question. I think
And
this is.
loop you into.
I think this is something that we talked about is like, it could be so different in Evergreen than it is in Dumont. Like Georgetown's gotten rain, Idaho Springs gotten rain, we've been super dry. So we have to meet this criteria and we've talked about maybe if one section met it, then the whole county would
Right.
meet it.
So we'll get to that in
Brought
about,
that up too.
we'll get to that in about 1 minute and 30
Okay,
seconds.
okay,
Wow.
go for it.
Test it, just kidding.
Okay, well, it's true.
Over, I'm done.
So duration, I'm in 6D now, so duration, so if the declaration is not, if the declaration does not specify how long the restrictions are to last, then those are indefinite and that's fine. But we just wanted to remind the board and the sheriff to review from time to time, and Clarissa, I think, made clear that that does occur. What we don't want is just to go into restrictions, stay in them forever, and not go back and make sure that the competent evidence still supports it.
Right.
I do want to point out that our competent evidence guidelines account for the short-term shifts in fire danger, where if we are looking at, let's say we have restrictions in place, and then we get a really nice rainstorm.
Right.
But the day after tomorrow, it is supposed to get hot and dry and for a long time, like with a vengeance, to where does it make sense to only have restrictions for one day, go out of them and go back in? Probably not. And so it's the fourth bullet up from the bottom, and Exhibit A addresses adverse fire weather predicted to continue in area. So there is leeway there. We just don't want restrictions to get imposed and then get lost. And we want to make clear to the public that we are complying with the law and reviewing those. Effective areas. I think this is the one you guys have been interested in. So unless otherwise specified in the declaration, declared restrictions are effective throughout the entirety of the unincorporated county. Automatic.
Sorry, give me the site for that one.
Oh, it's section 6E. So
Thank you.
yes, so the automatic restrictions are the whole county. Declared restrictions are the whole county unless the declaration says otherwise. And there may be reasons why you want to do that. I think right now there are some pretty compelling reasons to have it be the entire county. We've tried to account for those within our Exhibit A also. So Clarissa mentioned this earlier, I kind of tried to order the competent evidence, the bullet points there. I tried to order them from harder evidence, like scientific metrics, down into kind of the squishier factors. And the squishier factors like fire weather is predicted in the area, or there might already be some fires going in the county or in the region, or we think that visitation is so high in the county that it's going to provide hazards that we don't have the manpower to address with enforcement, or if a fire did start, we just don't have the first responders to be able to respond. And so I just lost my train of thought. I don't know. I'll move on. If you want to discuss this piece though, we've tried to make it so that there are options here for how the board or the sheriff declares where for how long. There might be instances where we know that right now, let's say it's a holiday weekend, 4-day holiday weekend coming up, and it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend, and it's a Wednesday. We know we're going to be inundated with visitors. There maybe we aren't fully staffed, or for whatever reason. But we also think there might be some rain coming in 2 days. or maybe we're like right on the verge of being able to declare. We want the board and the sheriff to be able to rely on factors that are more than just our fire danger, we're at an extreme here, but we don't want it to have to get so bad and then have these other factors of people coming in and creating danger just because of the human element of it.
Yeah, I sent you an email this morning. I know you looked, I looked. I thought I remembered a bill like 2019 and I can't find it.
I could not either.
This is just like a heads up to everybody. I'm asking around. I thought there was a bill that changed statute somewhere that was more explicit about kind of expanding some of these pieces of evidence to include high levels of visitation. And I think it was Summit County in particular at the time that was really worried about needing to be able to use visitation numbers on its own as, well, we got to go in. It's 4th of July and, the masses with sparklers are on their way.
Right.
So this is just a heads up that if I find that, I will send it to you.
That'd be great.
And if we find that there's like additional legally, my question to you both is, if we find there's additional kind of legal factors that are competent evidence, like I assume you're happy having things be added to this list? Is that? Okay. So if I find it, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
If I don't, then we'll talk about it again.
That sounds great.
do you want?
I mean, in doing a review, I didn't find anybody that explicitly referenced that, but I did find this concept elsewhere in kind of language similar to what I've drafted in. And so, yeah, we can, I think it's helpful that other counties have started to go first in suggesting some of these things, but certainly if we find specific statutory authority or even references that capture that concept, we would recommend including it.
Since we were looking at section 6E, this is just a little bit of a communications preference. I prefer to, like, if I'm going to err on the side of someone misunderstanding someone, I prefer for them to understand that they shouldn't have a fire.
Yes.
Rather than be confused that maybe they should. And one of the ways that I think we can make just a minor improvement along those lines is 6E. Let me actually look at it because it's in my notes, but it wasn't there yet. Section 6E. It says throughout the entirety of the unincorporated county. I wonder if it just says throughout the entirety of the county's jurisdiction.
Okay.
Might just kind of.
Because people don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Help make sure that people are erring on the side of not having a fire when it's in question.
Okay. I like it.
I can remember going through Idaho Springs when we were in fire band several times and they had fires in their front yards.
Yeah.
Idaho Springs. Just for the record, anybody, I live in Idaho Springs. Talking about myself.
My neighbors were super jealous
Yep.
Of what?
because they could have fires and we could not because they were in town.
Interesting.
Are we still going through, or do you want me to just get to I want to just make sure that I have everything brought up I wanted to.
Kathy, did you want to go through your presentation and as things come up, George can?
I mean, I think a lot of what I have, we've talked about the real meaty pieces, I think, but there are a few things we want to talk about in addition. So specific restrictions, the use of competent evidence is mandatory. You have to consider the guidelines. The guidelines don't mandate any specific outcome. We want this board to have enough discretion that this ordinance doesn't need to be amended a bunch for it to actually work for you. We want it to work.
And there is a caveat in there too, just to highlight, right? If there's new best practices or new science or new whatever, it already calls out that those can be referenced for future to help make a choice. So we don't have to update it every, 6 months when something new innovative comes out.
And then,
Because things are changing.
I
yeah,
think my competent evidence question is most relevant for right now.
Yeah.
So you already addressed that. If we're in countywide unless otherwise noticed.
yep.
Does the ordinance give clear guidance on what we do if one section of the county does have that competent evidence and the other one does not? And I think we have like some of those ratings are split. by county?
I think what you would do is you would start looking at other factors like, do we have enough first responders to deal with problems if they arise countywide? Versus if we are in restrictions just in the worst part of the county, but we're not in restrictions elsewhere, is that going to cause problems
Yes.
for our first responders? Is it going to cause problems in being able to respond to other issues if we're having calls that somebody's having an illegal fire in a part of the county that actually isn't a fire ban? Or I think that there are some very good reasons to have the restrictions be countywide. Different jurisdictions, most of the jurisdictions that we looked at, they're bigger counties with more resources. And so, and they're geographically split differently. So Clear Creek County is mostly in the mountains, and yes, conditions could be very different in Evergreen versus at Loveland Ski Area. But we are not geographically split in a way that, like, say Boulder County or Jefferson County is, where you've got a mountain portion of the county and then another half that's plains. And there really isn't a great justification for the plains all the time, especially, area like Jeffco, if you're in, one of the little incorporated areas that's very well developed down in, near Lakewood or whatever,
Yeah.
versus being in
Evergreen.
up by where the Marshall Fire
And
started.
especially like one of the challenges I have, we're a very vertical county and those zones are set by elevation, right? And so like this valley over here might be in one zone, but like, the crow flies just a little way, you're in a different zone. And so like, I would kind of like for this to be a little bit more clear if we look at Exhibit A, and maybe the language here is, but I'll let you actually find the right language, but it's like, Stage 1 right now reads, if at least 3 of the conditions above indicate high fire danger, consider initiating Stage 1 restrictions. You might just say in any portion of the county,
Okay,
right? So that it's the direction is pretty clear that what we're looking for is, rather than try to go valley by valley, right? If any one of these areas
Right.
meets it, we're just gonna lean into being.
Because every time I've talked to the fire departments about this, it's like, one windstorm. And it will quickly get another part of the county. So it's like, and we look big, but compared to a lot of the counties in this state, we're pretty small. And, we have a ferocious windstorm plus fire.
yeah. So I will work on that language, and I actually like that. I think that kind of goes, so it's the second sentence in the introduction of Exhibit A, and it says consistency with other jurisdictions such as US Forest Service or immediately adjacent counties or regional partners is encouraged where doing so does not expose the public to undue risk. So what I was trying to get at then, that's external jurisdictions. I think I like that concept being reflected within the county as well. That undue risk was supposed to be that was intended to make sure that if all the counties surrounding us are at a 2 and we're at a 5 out of 5, we're not going to wait until they're at a 4 to go into restrictions just to be consistent, because that might expose the public to too much risk. But if we're in a 2 or we're at a 3.5 or a 4 and they're at a 5, maybe we do want to go in to be consistent with them, because overall it makes things more predictable and it will make things more safe.
So I am still on my learning curve. I fully understand that. So if the county declares a Stage 2 fire ban, Idaho Springs can not?
Correct. We only have jurisdiction in an unincorporated county, just like our land use processes.
Wow.
I think the cities could, either through MOU or just their own policies, just state affirmatively. Right now, it's a little bit more informal. Like Idaho Springs says, the police chief has the authority. And the police chief has said to the sheriff, when you're in, I'm in, don't worry about it. We could make that more automatic and defensible, and probably enhance its actual legal enforceability by just having Idaho Springs either enter into an MOU with us, for example, as one of the 4, or say in their policies, we're in when the county's in.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the steps that.
I
agree.
I think that's really smart.
And that's another reason why I think saying within our jurisdiction, because maybe then
Yeah, that's broader.
we
Yeah.
end up, like if some jurisdiction is granted us, maybe we don't have to change the ordinance.
I like it.
I'm worried that my computer is gonna die, so can I just go
Yes.
through? I'm sorry.
Knock it out.
Do you want a charger? Mine's all charged up.
No, because
Okay.
I do, but mine is different.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
but thank you. I wanted to ask about allowed activities, bullet 2. Which, and I'm sorry for now, just,
And that's okay.
um,
Are we in stage
we are.
1 or
in
2 or both?
Stage 1. If you're looking at the PDF, it's toward the end.
Yeah, it'd be exhibit B and those pages are conveniently not numbered, but probably the first page of exhibit B.
Maybe the last or second to the last page.
Yeah, so it is stage 1 and I'll read it to you. It says residents, owners or lessees who are using fire in a permanent dwelling with an effective and properly installed spark arrestor
Yes.
are allowed to have their fire. We are talking about regulating the inside of fires, a person's fire inside of their.
We're talking about regulating the sparks that come out of the chimney.
Right.
So
Okay.
that, I mean, we have that as allowed, but that does bring up the fact that that is not in stage 2. And if there is a spark arrestor, is there a reason for that?
So that was one of my questions is, do we want to copy that exemption into stage 2 as well? This is literally inside of your fireplace in your home.
I know.
We just want to make sure that there's a spark arrestor, and that's, I don't know how we would enforce that, but I think it would
And
be.
would people actually know? I mean, I know because we just had our roof replaced and we know that, but a renter wouldn't know.
I mean, there's a duty for people to follow the law.
It seems like people burn quite a bit of trash and stuff in there and you can see
Flame shooting out.
it's super windy and
Mm,
it can be really bad.
I mean, I think what we want is to be able to enforce the ordinance when people are doing things that are unsafe. And the more clear we can be about that, the better off we are. I mean, I think that there is a valid concern with not having a spark arrestor, so that if somebody's neighbor was burning trash in their fireplace and sparks are flying out and the wind is blowing them, that would be a violation of the ordinance. And if we want to prevent that behavior, it probably is something we should include in stage 2 also, so that it's enforceable. Because then are we really going to say you can't have a fire during stage 2 in December?
And you get into some interesting
Right.
definition
That's
problems.
the only heat source a lot of people up here
Right.
have.
Right.
Especially in a PSPS,
Yeah.
what's
I-
it? Public safety.
public safety power shutdown.
Yeah, that could be really bad.
I also want to point out to you all that open fire means any fire outdoors.
Or
Yes.
any activity that could cause an open fire, and that's where that spark
Okay,
piece
so
comes
so
in.
that's where you, okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, my instinct is to allow that exemption
Okay.
in stage 1 and stage 2. You're talking about a fire inside a home, as long as there's a spark arrestor, I think we can be pretty. And you know what, if we hear differently from the fire
Okay.
chiefs that that's, not wise or whatever, but that's one of the observations. But then that gets me to the language around how we regulate welding. And I wanted to make sure that we're not inadvertently regulating indoor welding.
No, and I think that is a very good point. And I think that language can be made more clear. I was trying to envision this, so I was doing the comparison in my mind of the fireplace spark arrestor situation versus the welding situation. And really what we are regulating with the fire is in the fireplace is the sparks coming out of the chimney. But if you are welding indoors, you do not have that same potential, right? Presumably, and so we can make it clear that it's outdoors.
Are you both comfortable with that? That like during
I
a
was-
stage 2, you can
I
still
think
run
it's
your welding
intended to-
inside?
The only thing I was wondering about is the 30 feet. Is that customary or
Or is that outside?
outside 30 feet?
That's customary, and either I stole it from our current ban or from Eagle County's great language. I know I think that might be in our current
It's like,
stage 2.
it's like 3 if you have just like your propane, which makes sense. I mean, welders can.
Yeah.
But I know my dad welds on his concrete patio and he has a brick house and
So we could go and just do a better, because I don't have that stuff in front of, I mean, I have Eagle County's. But we could go back and just give you kind of here's what other jurisdictions are doing and give you the range of how many feet they're recommending for that specific activity and then let you know, here's how many people have done it this way and have those conversations to find out why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine if we want to look at the distance as well. I'm fine with that. And then additionally, just some clarity that we are talking about outdoor.
Outdoor. Yeah, agreed.
Wouldn't want to like shut down, you know, we wouldn't want to render
blacksmith,
business
yeah.
unusable. Maybe someday we will have a blacksmith there. That would be cool.
You.
Right.
No.
You're right. Yes, we do. Okay. Okay, well.
Oh, that's right, on the north
So
side.
according to ChatGPT, national hot work standards, is a 35-foot clearance for welding.
There you go. I also was going to point out that that at least Eagle County issues a hot work permit during fire bans so that anyone who's welding needs a permit to do it outdoors. And they will go, the fire protection district, their representatives will go and inspect before the permit's issued.
And that's not including, that's like any time. You don't have to be in a.
That is, I think that's just during a fire ban
Okay.
for fire restrictions. So if you want to weld at your house, when it's not in restrictions, you don't need a permit. But if you know that you're going to be continuing it on during restrictions, then you would need a permit.
It's like you're technically supposed to, not during restrictions, but you should be calling in every campfire you ever do. You should be calling dispatch to notify them
Mhm.
as a
Yep.
courtesy so
I
that they
know
don't,
that in Evergreen, you have
Are they
to
still
get
charging for
permission.
that?
for calling and saying I'm having a fire.
Yeah, because it was a $20 fee back in the day.
No. When I've called, they.
Yeah, I've never.
Me.
Because I think that's why people stopped calling.
You only you only pay for slash pile stuff now every year.
So if you're interested in that, we could discuss that with our fire chiefs because they administer our burning program and they are the ones who would be permitting that activity. We did add a requirement. It's in the restrictions themselves for commercial barbecues to get a permit for that. They agreed, both of our chiefs agreed to issue those permits, which I don't believe is something that they currently do. So they are amenable to updating their practices to try to help us with our ordinance and making the county safer.
I know CCFA better than I know Evergreen Fire. Of course, I'm on their board. CCFA used to require, I think, anybody, this is outside of the fire ban conversation, to have a fire on a private property, you need to have your like fire ring set up, inspected and permitted, I think it was rescinded. Are you aware of anything like that in Evergreen Fire Rescue District?
No.
I think it was ultimately rescinded, but we could contemplate something like that. There are two comments that I get a lot about the fire ban. One of them is, what do you mean I have to smoke inside my car? Don't you know that's gonna kill me? And
Sorry.
and as a former smoker, I just will share that it is really, really, really gross.
It is gross.
It's
Yeah.
really gross to smoke inside. And
Well, and you're exposing other people too, that, whoever's in your house or in your car when you
Right.
would be outside.
you're requiring someone that has an addiction to potentially either endanger their children's air quality or, so I think like, I don't know, I don't have like a specific recommendation here other than to possibly apply similar standards to smoking a cigarette that we would maybe to a welder,
Okay.
like distance clear, if you have a spot on your property that has a clear distance.
Right, well, and there's
Um,
already a law saying you can't throw a lit cigarette on the ground, right?
Correct. So I think so that is one of the things that I get eye rolls about is really, really, you're gonna make me go smoke back inside. You've been talking to me about how that will kill me and getting me outside. And now you're gonna force me to do it inside. Cause they're not gonna quit, like over a fire ban. Of course, we want smokers to quit.
Do you have thoughts on this? You have that look in your eye.
I've heard the same thing from people talking, talking, they're
the same, exactly what he's saying is, I've heard myself.
I mean, stage one, we certainly could include just a cleared area. Stage two, I think that I would leave that up to you. I think it's pretty typical to say no in stage two. You got to go in your car.
I think it's worth thinking about. We're at first read. I want to not bring up new things at the second read. I think it's worth thinking
I
about.
do think it's interesting, like what has caused those fires, people smoking? It's probably
Falling asleep in
them,
bed.
well, throwing them out,
Yep.
like, but them actually smoking it. Maybe if they flick it and I just can't imagine
I also like,
starting a fire. I don't know.
like we set up the rules and we do our best to understand how people might react to them. And like, Idaho Springs was very public about this, right? We had a fire get caused by smoking in Idaho Springs just a couple weeks ago.
So that,
And it was during a fire ban, and I wonder if a fire ban that established some clear guardrails around how you can smoke outside might result in people
Better
using them,
compliance.
like better compliance.
Well, and I
Rather
think
than like smoking next to a grassy hill and
they're gonna
flicking
just
your.
hide. They're gonna go behind a building, or
Right.
they're gonna go under a tree, or they're gonna maybe making it worse.
Because they're not gonna, and I don't know if asking them to smoke inside is.
Well, not if they
Our
have
Public health
kids.
director,
and-
exactly, like our public health director may have comments on this. So there's that, and then the other thing that makes me kind of curious, at least during a stage one, that I get eye rolls about. It's from locals, and it's from locals who say, look, I built my fire pit 15 years ago. I am not gonna start a fire during this stage one fire ban. Like my fire pit is safe, and possibly a mechanism for a fire chief to agree with that. And say, you know what, fine, we're permitting your private residential fire pit. That one feels a little bit more of a stretch than the smoking
Does it
conversation.
have to be a permanent
but-
structure? Or can it be one of those Coleman?
I don't know. I mean, this
So-
is where we get into some gray area, but I at least wanted to bring it up because that's the other big complaint I get is like,
yeah.
don't tell me, son, I've been doing this for 45 years and I know when it's safe.
So what we did with fire pits is we updated to make clear that fire pits that are gas or liquid fuel, that if they can be turned off, you can have them in stage one. You cannot have them in stage two anywhere that I looked at except Boulder County, which is odd given the rest of their ordinance, but they do allow them in stage two, but just about everywhere else does not in stage two. And then fire pits themselves are not allowed unless there is a shut-off valve in stage one. That's pretty typical.
Now I remember the complaint because we will let someone go to a Forest Service designated ring during a stage.
They can
Right.
have them in rings there.
But someone
we
is sitting
know
at their
how-
house.
How those are obeyed,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
After we had to put out the fire.
So the comparison is our regulations are more comfortable with someone who we've never met in a US Forest Service designated pit than they are with someone who's been living in their home and burning regularly for 40
Well,
years.
I'm not saying that I'm
Yeah.
comfortable with somebody burning in the Forest Service, Forest
That's
Service area.
that's what our regulations
I mean,
say.
well, no, that's because
No.
that's
You
federal
can't
law.
have a fire in a fire ring in the unincorporated county during stage one or stage two.
Oh,
And you can no longer have a charcoal
Okay.
barbecue in stage one.
Yeah,
or
We
stage
got rid
two.
of ours in 2002.
It's
because of
gas
that.
only.
Okay. Well, then I think my point is no longer relevant. This is coming from my list of things I wanted to see.
I like
and I didn't
this.
get it when I read it. So I'm
That's
good.
great.
And that's the last of my hobby horses, I think.
Okay, I want to mention a couple things here, just to get them out there, but then I think we're just about done. So, highlights, notification to the public of fire restrictions. We had mandatory requirements that maybe didn't make a ton of sense for notifications, like posting at the courthouse, for example. So, that might not be something that we're going to prioritize if it's the courthouse is closed, it's a holiday weekend, and we want to get the word out. We're going to be talking with Megan and focusing on our social media, on signage on highways, on things like that, where we know that we will quickly disseminate the information to the most amount of people. It is permissive about how notifications can occur, but we've tried to simplify it in just looking at other ordinances. The kind of the least burdensome ordinances essentially just said, we're going to issue a press release, period. That's all it says. And then, the more burdensome ones require some specific steps. We've tried to kind of be in the middle and allow for technology to change, social media platforms to change, things like that, and hopefully have it still work. It's just really, we're going to get the word out.
Is Lookout Alert a proper venue for alerting?
That, I believe, is county emergency notifications is listed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So,
And I can have a conversation with Jeffcom about, so they always have to walk that balance of over notification and notification fatigue versus, actually useful, actionable things. And so I'll have a conversation with their lead alert and warning person and just ask for folks who've opted in to receiving like thunderstorm warnings and stuff, right? It's not wireless emergency alert. It's not like big, oh no, emergency, I'm pushing info. Like you've had to opt in for this type. I'll see if, restrictions is something they would like if that we could talk about that on and what they think. I'll have that answer for you for the next
I like
reading if
that.
that works, and I'll get their perspective as the professionals on alert and warning and making sure we're managing the over notification.
Right.
Yeah. So
Also, if you don't mind, I can jump in. We have notifications that we can send out text messages and emails on the website. And I think Fireban is the most subscribed to. There's over 1,000 people on our
great.
Firebans.
That's awesome.
Okay.
So that's my job when we go into that is that, and then it goes on our website. It's the alert at the top. You can see that stays there permanently during fire bans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with what's written in the ordinance around notifications as our?
Yeah, we
That's
discussed.
She got a review.
We discussed it and then
So did
Jenny
Jenny.
and I also discussed it and, I think we're good to go. We've got like a whole, what happens? We've got a sheet of paper that we need to follow, what happens when we go into bans, what we need to do, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it gives you guys flexibility
Yep.
to determine what works the best.
Yeah.
Right? So that we don't have to amend the ordinance to figure out what works the best.
Definitely.
and reduce the burden, which this
Yeah.
last spring when we were in and out with fully declared and meeting all the-
Yes.
it was quite burdensome staff. And so this was a good balance.
Yes. Exemptions are just, there's number one, statutory exemption for ag burning. We have tried to insert a definition,
What, Bernie?
agricultural burning. We've tried to insert a pretty restricted definition of that so that it's not just anybody who's like, well, I'm burning my ditch or something. You have to be an actual ag producer on agricultural property for an agricultural purpose. Statute doesn't give us any choice there. So we've have that included here. And then performance of an official duty by federal, state, or local agencies, the sheriff's office or other organizations, rescue or firefighter forces. This language is inclusive enough to include things like sheriff's deputies training at the shooting range or not at the shooting range somewhere else, or the performance of any official duty. It does not have to be a firefighting duty. We thought that was important to make sure that you guys aren't violating our fire restrictions ordinance by just doing your jobs.
And same if fire has to put fire on the ground. to
Correct.
Fight fire, we wanted to make
Backburns.
sure we didn't put our pigeons up for ourselves into a hole or anything. like that.
We did add something in that if you're burning under an exemption, we want to know about it. We want the sheriff's office, the fire authority, or fire rescue, whichever has jurisdiction, and Jeffcon 911 to be aware of exempted activities so that we don't end up with a billion calls and wasting resources there.
The existing ordinance also, I think, had an exemption for people that were given an exemption by like the sheriff or the fire chief.
The
right?
catch-all, yes.
The catch-all.
Yes.
And that's out of there.
I removed the
And-
catch-all.
And are you good with that?
The reason why I moved the catch-all is because Clarissa and I discussed it, and I said, is there any like situation that you can think of that one of the fire chiefs or the sheriff would issue a permit to burn during a fire ban? And she said, no.
I
So,
mean, they did do one for Georgetown, but things haven't gone.
For the marshmallows?
Yeah.
I mean, so
it's
we
also
could
been rescinded
include,
or
we could
is-
include a little catch-all where we would want, we would not authorize the fire protection districts maybe to do that because they're not elected, but we might be able to authorize the sheriff to issue those kinds of permits, and just kind of leave it in there so that if some outlier situation, again, we want this ordinance to work even for situations we can't predict. So that's not an unreasonable thing to leave in.
I have another out there question.
I love out there questions.
You've got a bear breaking into your house and you want to shoot some rubber buckshots at it.
It's very
It's a stage 2 fire ban. What do you do?
Interesting.
But it's in your house.
Well, you'd be shooting out to
Oh.
get the bear to,
Move.
you're not going to kill the bear, but you're shooting a firearm to get the bear to leave.
Is self-defense in here?
It's not.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't.
Does that happen?
I would rather just defend myself and then worry about it later, but.
Worry about it later.
Okay, we're glad you're alive. Here's your ticket. That might be worth just clarifying.
Okay, yeah. I like it.
I don't see protests from the sheriff.
I don't think the sheriff would issue a permit for that, but.
Just call for-
Ahead of time, yeah.
Hurry. No, that's a good point. And I mean, there are a lot of these little kind of intricate situations and that's,
The bear horns don't work anymore, so.
yeah.
And for Jody, that example you just had given. A lot of the reasons that shooting is exempt or not exempt is covered under the fire ban is because they're shooting either lead or copper case, copper jacket bullets or whatever, or sometimes incendiary rounds. And it creates sparks and it hits a rock and creates a spark. So that is, you wouldn't get in trouble if you were shooting a bear with rubber buckshot because it's rubber and it's not going to,
But technically, it's a firearm.
technically it's a firearm. And it's gonna be case specific, you know. You're gonna be calling, hey, there's a bear breaking in, and people do this all the time. There's a bear breaking into my house and, so
You just deal with it in my neighborhood now.
Yeah.
'Cause
if, you know, you're not, might shoot 1 or 2 rounds at him as he's running away.
Right.
And we're probably not gonna get a call from residents, yeah, hey, we've got some crazy, you know, somebody out here shooting automatic weapon. We get that all the time. You might hear 1 or 2 shots, and it's probably rubber. The risk of you starting a fire is absolutely 0.
So if that third shot is the real shot,
And you start a forest fire
then
and have a duty to pay the response costs.
CPW.
Okay.
DOW, that's really getting into the weeds. If you're in your house and you're trapped and the bear is not leaving, you can lethally kill that bear. You know, you can legally shoot that bear.
And
kill it.
CPW, technically, I don't know how they work that out, but they give you a permit or something that
No,
after you call and it's dead.
they'll come out and investigate everything, but CPW will handle it. I mean, I've been on numerous calls, where the bear's supposedly in the house, the people are trapped. And CPW will call me because they're way out. And they've told me if the bear's in the house, shoot it, kill it.
Okay.
And then they're on their way. So, you know, would be a whole different circumstance, but that would be the fire ban or the fire danger inside your home issue would be the least of the concerns that we were having at that time.
I'm just thinking if this is gonna be a long-standing
Yeah.
ordinance, then.
I will see what kind of language I can come up with. So my plan is I've been taking notes and I will go back and listen to this again as I'm kind of finalizing this for August, but my plan is to come back to you with language and try to address all these things. And you can decide at that point whether the language makes sense, whether it doesn't, and whether you actually want to try to include these, but I'll try to capture that somewhere in here.
Okay, and I'm sure somewhere else is.
Gotta be, right? Gotta be. So the penalties and fines, this is all standard. I do want to just point out, I added in just the concept, this is the truth anyway, so this doesn't really add much, but it makes very clear that if you violate the ordinance and you cause an open fire that requires a response, you're paying. So you've got a duty to pay response costs for violations of the ordinance.
When you say that's just required in statute. If outside of a fire ban, if I start a fire, I
It's-
am liable, correct?
Yeah, that's just, yeah, right. It's restitution for the costs. And I've seen that before, just in cases where somebody had a fire and had a court
And they never
order
can
that.
afford.
Yeah, but we wanted it in our ordinance to make very clear that and it sends a message to our judges too, right? Like, hey, we take this very seriously. Please also take it seriously. We've added in abatement as a public nuisance, different than a public health nuisance, but just in case, I mean, if we have somebody that is just a serial fire ban violator, maybe doing something for their business, or something else, we want to be able to take quick action in court to enforce the ordinance. And so that's what that gets us. And then that is that for the ordinance itself. So I have 6 bullets here. I'm on number 3. The remaining 3 bullets are public comment, and then requesting that the board order the ordinance to be published, and then requesting the board to set August 18th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. as the date of the hearing. So I think we're on public testimony. It will, August 18th at 8:30. And then I'll cite that statute for the publication and the date of the public hearing once we get past public comment, so it's fresh.
Well, thank you.
That's a public comment next.
Public comment next, yes.
Is there anybody online, Megan?
Most people online are staff.
Well, if they live here, they can make a comment if they want to.
True, I'm just letting you know what I'm looking at. I'm not seeing any hands raised. No.
This is a action session.
It is.
You need from us.
So I am going to request that the board order the ordinance to be published in the Clear Creek Current and the Canyon Courier pursuant to CRS 3015-406.
And this is the proposed order.
This is the that's a good question. My computer's over there. We'll have to figure this out when I get upstairs. I think it's the ordinance currently, but we'll come back to you with changes to discuss those because we haven't made them yet. So yes, it's ordinance 20 as was presented to you today.
Okay.
And then we're requesting that the board set August 18th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. as the date for public hearing for the second reading and adoption of the ordinance pursuant to CRS 3015-406. And then with that, you should be able to just obtain a motion to approve the introduction of first reading and publication, the way that the language is set forth in the agenda.
What were those numbers for the second reading?
Second reading would be August 18th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m.
But you said something 3014.
Oh, CRS 3015-406.
3015-406?
Yes.
Okay.
Jody, it sounds like you're preparing.
I'm gonna try this.
Yes.
I consent to the ordinance 20 to be published in the local paper, just to be published.
I think you can actually just move to approve the introduction and first reading and order for publication of the ordinance number 20, repealing and replacing ordinance number 16 and establishing regulations for the banning of open fires with the caveat that the board is going to order the ordinance to be published in the Clear Creek Current and the Canyon Courier and set August 18th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. as the date of the public hearing for the second reading and adoption.
For CRS 3015-406.
So moved.
That works.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a lot. Mouthful.
Further discussion. All right, all in favor?
I,
Did that motion get us?
Yes.
Second.
I was the second.
well, she helped me read.
I helped you
Oh,
in.
so you were the first and I was the second.
Yeah.
Take that. That's good for our minutes. So
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
thank you, guys.
Thank you for all of your hard work, everyone on this. I mean, this is really good.
Absolutely.
All right, now, how long are the executive sessions, Kathy, do you think? Do we take lunch first?
So,
I don't think we should do A.
I think is there just one now?
I think B is the only one that we can do right now.
Because A needs, or needs Colton, or,
One or both.
okay.
Yeah, I think that Colton was necessary for that one. And then the second one, you can do, and I've got your recorder and I'm gonna, I'll come in with you, get you guys set up and then let you have your discussion.
All right, Board of County Commissioners is going into executive session, for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024F for the board to meet for the purpose of discussing personnel matters, specifically to discuss the performance evaluations of the county attorney and the county manager and matters related thereto.
Chair's motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We'll be addressing the first item at the next meeting. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's our new friend.
Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is back in session after having an executive session at which no minutes were taken, no decisions were made, and we